7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I call to order the regular council meeting for the City of Riviera Beach, July 15th. The time is 6 p.m. Madam Clerk, call the roll.
Mayor Ronnie Felder,
Here.
Chairperson Julia Botel,
Here.
Chair Pro Tem Douglas Lawson,
Present.
Councilperson Trodrick McCoy,
Here.
Councilperson Shirley Lanier,
Here.
Councilperson Kashamba Miller Anderson,
Present.
City Manager Jonathan Evans,
Present.
City Clerk Bonnie Anthony is present, City Attorney Don Wynn.
Here.
You may proceed.
Thank you. Could we have a moment of silence followed by the Pledge of Allegiance led by Councilwoman Lanier?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Any member of the public wishing to comment publicly on any matter, including items on the agenda, shall submit their comments by email to City Clerk Claudine Anthony at publiccomments@rivierebeach.org. The email shall contain the applicable agenda item numbers along with the precise wording to be read into the record. Explicit language will not be read. Emails without applicable agenda item numbers will be read under the general public comment section. Be advised, public comments will be accepted for each applicable item and general public comment section until closure is announced by the chairperson or the city clerk. All email addresses submitted comments will be public record. The city clerk or designee will read public comments into the record at the appropriate time for no more than 3 minutes unless the time limit is reduced by a vote of the council based on the voluminous nature of the number of public comments received. If you have any questions, please contact the city clerk's office at 561-845-4090 or email crobinson@rivierebeach.org. And now earlier at our utility meeting, I suggested that we follow Robert's Rules of Order in terms of the amount of time that we spend on each question. Robert's Rules, Article 7, Section 42 says, no member shall speak more than twice during the same day to the same question. On each question. Someone, Mr. Lawson, could you turn your microphone off, please? Thank you. No member shall speak more than twice during the same day to the same question, only once on appeal, nor longer than 10 minutes at one time without leave of the assembly. And the question upon granting the leave shall be decided by a 2/3 vote without debate. No member can speak a second time to a question as long as any member desires to speak who has not spoken to the question. And I would also ask, in addition to following that two bites at the apple rule, that you please mute your microphone until I recognize you. That way we'll cut down on the crosstalk that we've had in the past. That would be really helpful. Thank you. Do we have any additions, deletions, or substitutions from the mayor or the manager or city council? Mayor, did you want to make, ask to have the consent agenda item moved off consent, or do you want me to do that?
You can do it and then just have a brief discussion around it.
Okay, thank you. I would like to have the item number 1 on consent agenda moved off consent so that we can have a discussion regarding the appointment of board members.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
My item number 4, I would like for the gentleman who is this organization to give a 45 1-minute introduction to the council about his program.
Thank you. I don't think anybody would object to that. Anybody object to either of those?
I just want to make sure I'm clear.
Mr. McCoy recognized. Ms. Lanier, could you turn your mic off so that we don't have crosstalk? Thank you. Mr. McCoy.
So, Madam Chair, you spoke of this Robert's Rules of Order, and I don't think that, as far as I'm concerned, that is even applicable because there's no direction as to what that means to speak. I mean, if I want to ask a question, additional follow-up, me asking a second question shouldn't be interpreted as me speaking twice on an issue. So unless there's some clarity on how the applicability of that Robert's Rule that you're quoting with no reference to us applies, then I don't even think that that's something that we should even be entertaining at this point, because clearly that is very much open for interpretation. And without any guidance, I don't want me asking questions to be deemed as me taking another opportunity to ask or me speaking twice on an item. So
Okay. So
unless
what we're
somebody's
gonna-
going to opine on that and provide us some sort of reference ahead of time, I don't think it's something that we need to adopt right now, because there are some issues,
no.
and I even raised them with the managers today, or a few of these items. So I don't even want to even start this whole conversation where it appears that asking follow-up questions can be perceived as speaking twice.
Mr. McCoy, thank you. We will be using Robert's rules, and Robert's rules will allow you to speak twice on a topic. You can speak once for 10 minutes and have all the questions, all the follow-up that you like in that first opportunity. And then we'll see other people listen
But
to other
Madam Chair,
people's.
what I'm saying to
that-
you is,
could I just
unless
finish?
that's provided ahead of time, I do not expect that that's something that we're going to adhere to tonight.
We're going to adhere to tonight. Ms. Miller Anderson.
There was a couple years back, there's a resolution that should be on the books regarding the limited amount of time to speak and how many times we can come around. So I personally think that that's something that needs to go on the agenda so we can have a discussion about that in terms of following it versus just coming out of the blue before this meeting saying that we're going to do it that way. That
Okay.
was that we had a meeting for a couple of years back, and there's a resolution on the book, so we can actually, look at that, bring that resolution back and modify it based on what council wants to do. But being that it did come to us before, I think that we probably need to bring it back before we try to implement something here on the spot.
Okay. It's really, I thank you for that opinion. It's not so much that it's on the spot. We do adhere to Robert's Rules of Order. Now, I will admit that we haven't had this discussion, but I will also tell you that we are facing a lot of criticism from the community, all segments of the community, with regard to the way we're conducting our meetings. I would ask you, if we don't abide by this, then at least please be succinct. Think about the questions you want to ask before you ask them. If you can please abide by this Robert's Rules, we'll give you a little flexibility this first go round. But if we can abide by Robert's Rules as much as possible, take one big bite of the apple, ask all your questions, and then let's have other people speak before you speak again. That's the way good meetings are run, and that's the way I'd like to see this meeting be run. And we can have that discussion in the future. As a matter of fact, we're going to be having a discussion in the not too distant future about how we run our meetings, about how we put our agendas together, and we can make that discussion part of the discussion about our agenda composition. But for this evening, please try to abide by Robert's Rules and speak once on the topic, get all your questions out, let other people speak a second time if you have to, and then we can move the meeting along. If there are no other additions, Madam Miller Anderson.
I certainly agree with you in terms of the criticisms regarding the meeting. I mean, that has been going on for quite a while, not just recently. So I can agree to what you're saying, but I do think at the end of the day, it is going to be the board's decision as to how we move forward. And I think if we're going to follow Robert's Rules of Order on one issue, we have to make sure we're consistent on all issues. And I think that's something that we all need to have a discussion on. Thank you.
I agree. Thank you. Any other deletions, additions, or substitutions? Do we have any disclosure by council or the mayor? Disclosures? None? Do we have a motion to adopt the agenda? Would anyone care to make a motion to adopt the agenda?
So moved.
Thank you. Would anyone
Second.
care to- Thank you. Let's see, let me read we can, yes, go ahead, Madam Clerk.
We need to take a vote.
Yes, go ahead.
Councilperson McCoy,
Yes.
Councilperson Miller Anderson,
Yes.
Councilperson Lemire,
Yes.
Pro Tem Lawson,
Yes.
Chair Votel,
Yes,
unanimous vote.
thank you. Consent agenda. All matters listed under this item are considered to be routine and action will be taken by one motion. There will be no separate discussion of these items unless a council person so requests, in which event the item will be removed from the general order of business and considered in its normal sequence on the agenda. Would someone care to make a motion to accept the consent agenda?
Have a
Miller Anderson.
This, was it number one pull? We pulled one, right?
Yes,
Somebody-
we pulled one.
Okay.
And
that-
you're asking for a motion to approve the consent agenda, and I would say yes, but I
I'm
wanted
sorry,
you.
I was still talking.
Okay, Ms. Miller Anderson's not finished. I'm sorry, Ms. Lanier. Go ahead.
So number one was pulled, and number four, we're pulling that so that
Short, brief.
so 1 and 4 being pulled.
Yes, correct.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk?
Madam Chair, we do have public comment
Oh.
on the consent agenda. The acceptance of public comment on the consent agenda is now closed.
Thank you.
Ms. Hall, will you proceed to read the public comment on the consent agenda?
Yes, the public comment comes from Mary Beth Coffer, and the email address is marybeth.coffer@gmail.com. I support the appointment of Ms. Cohen to the Library Advisory Board. Her appointment will bring us to a full complement of 5 primary and 2 alternate members. A full team is important as the library looks ahead at both a new temporary and permanent facility. I had the privilege of meeting with Ricky Aiken of Hope Dealers, and he and his program are impressive. I commend Councilwoman Lanier for supporting his entry into Riviera Beach. He brings a unique understanding to the issue of neighborhood violence, particularly gun violence. I hope he can be as successful in reaching the hearts and minds of young men in Riviera Beach as he has been in West Palm Beach. Madam Chair, that concludes public comment for consent.
Thank you. Madam Clerk?
Councilperson McCoy,
Yes.
Councilperson Miller Anderson,
Yes.
Councilperson Lanier,
Yes.
Pro Tem Lawson,
Yes.
Chair Botel,
Yes,
unanimous vote.
thank you. And now we'll move to item number 1, which would have been the reappointment to the General Employees Pension Board. And I had an opportunity to very briefly text with Mayor Felder earlier, and he expressed, as do I, a desire to have a discussion about how board members are appointed, by whom, is there a distribution across the city with regard to membership on any board and so forth. So maybe we can ask Mr. Evans, I hate to put you on the spot like this, but if we could ask you to give us a brief description of how board members in general are appointed, and most particularly how board members to the pension board are appointed. It seems to me, I recall reading that 4 of the pension board members are appointed by council and 3 are appointed directly by the employees, or I should say elected by the employees. Mr. Evans.
Okay, I'll speak in generality as it relates to the boards throughout the city, and then if we can have the interim HR director, Ms. Young, provide a little bit more specificity on the pension board. As it relates to the boards and advisory boards, and Councilperson Lanier has communicated her desires to have the holistic discussions as we look at these boards, because there's a lot of inconsistency and ambiguity into the process. There is not a certain rhyme or reason in some cases as how some of these board positions are filled. The one that is a board that is consistent and as it relates to appointments is usually your planning and zoning, and that's consistent amongst most municipalities and how those board members are selected. But as it relates to our audit committee and some of the other boards, there's not a consistent procedure or protocol, and that's one of the things that I think we should build out and have an expectation as to individuals that are serving in these boards certainly should go through the same type of training that you all go through, sunshine law, ethics, etc. And even some government entities that I've worked with in the past have required them to go through the Citizen Leadership Academy or Citizens Academy before you even qualify to serve on the board. So staff is having the conversations internally, and we do want to bring forward a plan that speaks on how do we look at addressing these boards holistically on the appointment side, but also to ensure there's fair and equitable representation from all of the respective districts as it relates to the board. And so that's something that staff has an item queued up, and that's something that we can certainly run into, as far as collaboration as it relates to the agenda process and some of the items that were communicated today we can do that as one particular item and really focus on the agenda process and the meeting process, as well as the board appointments. Ms. Young, if you can speak more specifically on the pension or the pension boards.
Okay, the city has 3 pension boards. I'm sorry, this is Eureka Young, Department of Human Resources. The city has 3 pension boards. We have a general employees pension board, a police pension board, as well as a fire pension board. The boards are made up of citizens from the community. The general employees pension board has a clause that one of their appointed members could be a retiree of the city, from the city, and the other members must be residents of the city, as well as the 3 remaining members of the board are elected by the participating employees of the plan. A couple of years ago, a revision to the general employees pension ordinance designated that 2 of the appointed members come from the city council, and the other 2 is from the mayor with the approval of the city council. And so that's where we are now. The fire and police pension board, their rules are slightly different. The fire and pension board, I believe that a member of the pension board can be appointed by the members of the board. However, that appointment must be approved by the city council. Are there any particular questions in particular that you have regarding the appointments of the board?
And Ms. Young, correct me if I'm wrong, also there is a stipulation that the council made some time ago with regards to professional certifications or training that they wanted individuals on those pension boards to have. Is that not correct?
That is correct. It was established maybe about 5 years ago that all of the pension board members must be certified by the Florida Public Pension Trustees Association, and that certification takes approximately maybe 2 years for a trustee to receive that certification, and that training is out of state in most cases or in the city of Orlando. So the board members must attend the education seminar as well as the workshop to obtain that certification. And the board members, they must attend their meetings regularly.
Ms. Miller Anderson, thank you.
Ms. Young, you said that each mayor council member has 2 appointments, correct?
Yes, ma'am. The mayor has 2 appointments and the council have 2 appointments.
I don't recall ever appointing anyone. I mean, the only thing I remember is just it coming on the agenda and obviously voting for it, but I don't recall appointing anyone since I've been on. So how do these people get on if we haven't submitted names?
Well, we normally advertise the vacancy, and the citizens respond to the vacancy.
So how
advertise? I'm sorry.
How are we appointing them if it's open to anyone?
That is one of the technical issues that hasn't been worked out, because that came up, because normally in most cases, this particular board, it has pretty much been the same members for the past several years.
Right. Yes, that I know. And that's my point. I haven't appointed anyone as long as I can remember since I've been on here. It's just
Actually, there are 2 members on this board from District 2, 1 member from District 3, and no members from Districts 1 or 4.
But that
Correct,
does
correct.
not mean that I submitted that name.
No, I know, I'm just telling you, that's the current
Right.
board, yeah.
Oh, I'm aware, but what I'm saying is, at no point
Right.
had the council appoint those people. I think they have just carried over the years. So my
Right.
question is, when do we actually appoint them? And Ms. Young just explained that it's just being carried over. So it's not a matter of us having appointed, because I think these people that are in District 2 have been on before I got here, so I didn't appoint them either.
Thank you. Are you finished, Ms. Miller Anderson? Thank you.
Yes.
Mayor Felder, thank you. Mayor Felder.
Ms. Young, whose appointment was Betsy Brown?
So basically, since the ordinance changed a couple of years ago, we decided to, well, not necessarily decided, but we defaulted into the pattern of the mayor has an appointment, the council has an appointment. The mayor has an appointment, the council has an appointment. So Ms. Brown's appointment is the mayor's appointment.
Okay. Gotcha. And just piggybacking on Councilwoman Anderson, Minister Anderson, because I knew nothing about that. I know my chief of staff was telling me I had an appointment to the pension board.
Okay, so when this appointment came up, the memorandum that is attached with the item, so it included a little bit more education of the appointment to make you all fully aware of how the appointment works for the pension board, because I assume that you are not fully aware that this is how it occurred. So we wanted to make sure that you were aware of how this happens with the pension board appointment.
Thank you. Would there be any negative effect on your operation if we postpone this appointment until after we had an opportunity to discuss this at a future meeting, the meeting where we're going to discuss other boards? Ms. Where'd she go?
No, ma'am. The board will continue, or the trustee will continue until there's an appointment.
Okay. So, Ms. Lanier, maybe it's your mic, or?
No,
I think Chief Kerr just joined us. I think that's what it may be. And therein lies the challenge as it relates to the ambiguity and the inconsistencies with regards to the appointments, let alone providing the board with all the different advisory boards and pension boards and committees that you may have, because invariably you're going to have duplications of roles and responsibilities. And so that's one of the things that we want to ask the board. How do you want to handle this? It's also common in other municipalities that the appointments run concurrently with the term of office of the individual that's appointing. And then if the individual chooses not to run, or they vacate their seat, then the new individual that it gets the opportunity to appoint individuals to the board. But we're going to have about 3 or 4 different options for the board to provide, but we want uniformity and consistency, because if it's confusing to us and it's going to be confusing to the members and the public. And there's a lot of different ways in which we've done that. So we do want to have the holistic discussion with the council, and we can look to have that discussion with you at one of your upcoming meetings, where we can keep the agenda light and focus on how we want to address this and look at all the boards and committees we do have.
Great. Do we have to table this item then, or do we have to eliminate the item? What's the best way to proceed, Ms. Anthony?
Madam Chair, rather than table, I would say that the item needs to be postponed to a time certain,
Okay.
if that's the desire of the board.
Thank you. Mr. McCoy?
So, Madam Chair, respectfully, I want to ask that if you have a specific recommendation, offer it to the body and not lead the discussion to ask the clerk how we move forward. And I'm concerned because of 2 reasons. The item that's before us is the reappointment of a board member. And if what we're saying is we want to change the process, that is nothing to do with the appointment at hand. And I'm saying that because I'm looking at the backup documentation for this item, and more specifically for the attendance record of this appointee, which in this case was December of 2016. So basically, in order to get this certification, you would have to be at least at a very minimum on the board for 2 years. I don't see how this appointment is even relevant to the convention or the structure of us appointing people from here on out, because if that's the case, every time a new elected official comes in, then we can expect new board members to come in. What I do know about the pension board, there is a certification for a reason, because they have specialty knowledge and understanding. And in this case, I know Ms. Brown worked for the city for some time, but unless we're going to vote down this issue, I don't see why we need to be talking about what we need to do. Should it be appropriate to table or any of that? I mean, the issue that's before us is whether or not we're going to reappoint her to the board. Now, if the mayor chooses not to do that, then that's something else. But the precedent that you're creating at this point is every time a new elected official comes in, then we have basically a new appointee. But clearly, I don't know if she's attained that certification, but she's been there just over 2 years. So even if she hasn't, I think it would be premature to start reassigning new appointments every time, this comes up. So what I'm asking is that we vote on the item before us, and if we want to bring this back and have a discussion about the general convention or revisiting the ordinance that organizes these various boards, then I'm okay with that. But it just wouldn't make sense, because I've seen this happen in my time on the P&Z board, and then most recently where we are right now on the P&Z, because when we start having these discussions about appointees, you're going to have yourself in a position where if you remove a member, you can likely not have another member to move forward because absence of a quorum or absence of the appropriate certifications that they can act in certain fashions. So I don't understand how us going forward has anything to do with the specific item of reappointment.
Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, and because it was my appointment, and I'm not saying we don't reappoint Betsy Brown. I have not talked to Betsy Brown to even know if she wanted to be back on the board. So I would say at least give me that opportunity to speak with her, because it is my appointment to bring back to the board to say, yeah or nay, she wants to stay on the board. So I'm not saying or disagreeing with her being appointed, but at least give me the opportunity to speak with her to make sure that that's what she wants to do.
Right. So you're asking for us to postpone. And Mr. McCoy, I don't have a hidden agenda here. I discussed this, as I said earlier, very briefly on text with the mayor, because I didn't see anyone from District 1 or District 4 on this board. And it struck me that there should be at least a balance across the city. And that's the only reason. I have nothing against anybody that's on the board, nor do I think that this postponement necessarily indicates that we're going to change board members every time we change council. That was just one suggestion that Mr. Evans raised as a possibility, not as something that we were deciding to do this evening. So if there's no other question, do you have anything else to say, Mr. McCoy?
Well, I mean, Ms. Young, how is this item before us? Is this just because of the expiration of term? Because I thought I seen that the term expired in 2019, or was that an express interest by this member to be reappointed?
Ms. Brown expressed her interest to be reappointed.
Okay. And, I certainly, would love if the mayor can have that opportunity to meet with that appointee, if this is in fact his appointee, as you say, and then, they can decide from whatever. But I just want to make sure that we're not going to, kind of suspend reappointing members at this point.
No, I don't think that's the intention. Thank you. So we're going to postpone this item. And then we have anything, if there's nothing else, we'll move to item number 4, which is a.
So do we vote on postponing, or do you just make that decision? That's actually what I was asking.
Oh, okay. Madam Clerk, do we have to vote to postpone it?
Madam Chair, members of the board, that was what I was raising my hand for, was to advise that a motion has to be made to postpone the item to time certain.
Okay.
So Madam Chair, Mayor, is that your desire?
Yeah, and I will make sure I reach out to her tomorrow. Maybe on the next meeting, we can put it back on the agenda, but just give me an opportunity to meet with Mrs. Brown.
Madam Chair,
Yes,
can I be recognized to move to postpone, please?
yes,
To,
you're recognized.
well, I
Would
guess if
someone-
we move to postpone, we don't have to come back to a time certain. It just comes back.
It just
Correct.
goes back.
All right.
Madam Clerk,
It is proper to give a time in which to bring the item back, because if you do not, it remains postponed indefinitely.
And I don't understand what's the problem with that? Because I mean, I don't want to limit him to next meeting, and provided the agenda's already full. I mean, but if it's postponed, it's indefinite. It just can appear back on the agenda.
Madam Chair, if that's the pleasure of the members of the board, staff will move accordingly.
Move to
I think-
postpone.
thank you. Do we have someone who would like to second?
Second.
Second.
Thank you. Madam Clerk?
Councilperson McCoy,
Yes.
Councilperson Miller Anderson,
Yes.
Councilperson Lanier,
Yes.
Pro Tem Lawson,
Yes.
Chair Botel,
Yes,
unanimous
thank
vote.
you. Thank you.
Madam Chair, we are now on to item number 4, which was pulled from the consent agenda.
Yes.
Madam Chair, I need to announce that following this item, the Office of the City Clerk has announcement it needs to make.
Okay.
Item number 4, Hope Diller, community benefit request from Councilperson Shirley Lanier in the amount of $3,000. The funds will be utilized to support the Hope Diller hybrid mentoring program for inner city males to develop leadership skills, social emotional learning, and a love of community. Madam, I have any public comment on this item? The acceptance of public comment on this item is now closed.
So move.
Second.
Hi, I wanted to have Mr. Aiken come on and provide just a brief description of his program, but I see that I don't see him on here. Are you on here, Mr. Aiken?
Madam Chair, we can postpone? Oh, he's back.
Yeah. I wanted Mr. Aiken just to give a brief description of his program. You can go ahead, Mr. Aiken.
Hello, everybody. My name is Ricky Aiken. I'm the founder and executive director of Inner City Innovators. And we run a program called the Hope Dealer Mentoring Program, which is a hybrid mentoring program focused on leadership development, social emotional learning, and community service. We got about 30 young men in our mentoring program in West Palm Beach. 40% of our program participants have encountered gunfire before, meaning they've been shot, meaning they've participated in things that will wind them up in those situations. And we're happy to say none of the young men in our program that encountered that have gone back thanks to our mentoring. It's very down to earth, really meeting the young men where they are and trying to fill the gaps that many of them are missing as far as fatherhood and having role models to look up to. And I'm sure, how much time on? A minute, right?
Keep going.
Yeah, but yeah, it's our mentoring program is very down to earth. And I'm sure if you follow me on Facebook, you know all about it. I really want to kind of use this time to answer any questions you guys might have about how we plan to work in regards to moving into Riviera Beach.
Mr. Aiken, how do you select the young men? Do you work with our police department, or how do you do that?
Yeah, a lot of the young men we work with were referred to us through the public defender's office, concerned parents, and through friends of young men we already work with. I don't know if you know, but we started in 2015 after the death of Johnny Davis, one of our mentees. A few of his peers wanted to do something to kind of stop themselves and others from going down the same direction. So that's kind of how we started, and since we've expanded on that work.
And do you meet, where do you have a regular place to meet with young men, or do you meet them in the community, or?
Yeah, in West Palm Beach, we were meeting at Coleman Park Community Center. before our community centers would shut down. This summer, we did a leadership academy, taking 10 leaders from the group and meeting at our office at 313 Deterra using social distancing measures.
Mhm. And are the young men, what age group are they? Where do they fall in?
Ages 15 to 24. Homicide is the leading cause of death for Black young men in this age group, and that's our focus.
Well, it sounds like a worthy, Mayor Felder.
How often do y'all meet, Ricky?
Throughout the summer, we've been meeting every Tuesday and Thursday for our social emotional learning circle and leadership development, with Saturdays delegated for community service and field trips.
Follow up, Madam Chair.
Yes.
Do
okay.
you have a place in Riviera Beach, a meeting spot?
Yes, I believe we do. We're just waiting for things to open back up. I'll let Commissioner, our Councilwoman, speak to that.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Lawson, and then we'll hear from Ms. Lanier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Aiken, I love the program. I've been a follower of what you've been doing. Excellent program. And I love what you're bringing to the community. Madam Chair, Botel requested and asked how we can be selecting the young men. More specifically, how are you going to choose the Riviera Beach residents, and will all of the residents, all of the individuals you utilize with the program you're launching in Riviera Beach be residents of Riviera Beach?
Absolutely. We have a few young men in our current program that we bring down to West Palm from Riviera, and they'd be like the first young men and recruit to help us with recruiting in the area. And when gun violence happens in our community, it's usually young men who already have criminal histories or records. I put in a request with the Department of Juvenile Justice to kind of find out who we have within Riviera Beach city limits that have gotten the kind of charges that we know put them at a higher propensity participating in gun violence. And that's where we want to focus our efforts. There are lots of great programs already happening in Riviera Beach, and we don't want to take away from any of that. We want to really focus on targeting those high-risk individuals. And many of you, especially you, Commissioner or Councilman Lawson, may know young men that you feel like would benefit from a personalized touch that you may consider high risk. But that's our focus area.
Okay. And a follow-up, Madam Chair. Again, Mr. Aiken, like I said, I followed the program. I love what you're doing. If you can send over a request for benefits, I'd love to support it as well. So if you could forward that over to me, I'd love to support the program as well moving forward.
Awesome. Thank you so much for your support over the years, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Aiken, just a curiosity, do you use a standard social emotional learning protocol, or is it something you have unique to you?
I wouldn't say it's unique to us. It is being used in other places. And essentially, it's a circle. We all come in, and the young men share the trauma, or they share good news, bad news in their state of being. And during that time, we facilitate them opening up and being able to share. It's built on rituals, which include mindfulness techniques. And I could forward you all the curriculum we use for you to take a look at. It's a little too much to explain in the time frame I have allotted.
I'd love to see that. Thank you so much. It sounds like a really exciting program, and I'm so happy that Councilwoman Lanier brought it to our attention.
Thank you.
Anything else before we?
No, I just want to say I'm super grateful for the opportunity to work with you all. I've been looking for the opportunity, and I'm thankful it's here. And many of you have already been proud supporters of my Councilwoman Miller. Many of you have already been supporters, so I think this was a logical next step. And I'm thankful for the mayor and everyone on the council. I really appreciate this opportunity. I look forward to working with you all.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ricky, for coming in and sharing that with us. We look forward to working with you.
Awesome.
Okay. Do we have any petitions or communications for filing? You said something.
Madam Chair, we need to take a vote on the item.
Oh, yes, go ahead. Ms. Miller Anderson, did you have something to say first? No? Okay. Madam Clerk.
Councilperson McCoy,
Yes.
Councilperson Miller Anderson,
Yes.
Councilperson Lanier,
Yes.
Pro Tem Lawson,
Yes.
Chair Hotel,
Yes.
unanimous vote.
Ms. Anthony, you said you had an announcement.
Yes, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, members of the board, and those that are listening, please be advised and be reminded that the deadline to register to participate in the primary election scheduled for August 18th, 2020. The deadline to register to vote is July 20th. In addition, early voting will commence August 3rd to August 16th from 10 a.m. to 7 p.m. We will have a location here in the city at Wells Recreation, located at 409 Avenue H West. And once election day is scheduled for August 18th, and the polls will be open from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. For additional information, please visit PBC Elections. That's elections with an S.org. There you can also go to find where your precinct is located. Madam Chair, that concludes communication.
Thank you.
Madam
Oh.
Madam Chair,
Mr. McCoy.
where did that communication come from?
Information off of the Palm Beach County Supervisor of Elections website.
Okay, all right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Awards and presentations.
Item number 5, Riviera Beach Public Library presentation on Little Free Library boxes. Madam Chair, we do have a public comment on this item. The acceptance of public comment on this item is now closed.
Thank you.
The public
Good
comment comes from marybeth.coffer@gmail.com. On behalf of the Riviera Beach Library Advisory Board, I would like to thank Councilwoman Miller Anderson for her funding, Ms. Baker and her students at Inlet Grove for their outstanding artwork execution, Ms. Dickinson for executing the final distribution of the boxes, and the local businesses where the book boxes will be placed for becoming mini libraries. This has been a community team effort. Reading is fundamental, and the joy of a book in your hands cannot be denied. The earlier a love of books is developed and encouraged, the earlier more windows of the world around us emerge. My father said, if you can read, you can do anything. Not only can you do anything, but you can go anywhere and become your best self. Again, thank you. Madam Chair, that's the end of public comments for this item.
Thank you. Do we have a presentation by Ms. Dickinson?
Yes, ma'am, I'm here. Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
I'm trying to share my screen, but unfortunately it's not allowing me at the moment. There we go. Can you see my screen? There we go. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of Council. My name is Amy Dickinson, and I am the Interim Director for the library. This evening, we are going to present to you on our Little Free Library boxes. So to give you a little background, through an initiative supported by Community Benefits, funded by then Council Chair Kashamba Miller Anderson, the Riviera Beach Public Library partnered with Inlet Grove High School this year to create Little Free Library boxes to be distributed to local community businesses. 16 students worked with the digital design instructor at the school, Ms. Arenthia Baker, and produced the following items, which are to be filled with complimentary books from the library and to be distributed to business locations throughout Riviera Beach for city residents to read and enjoy. So here are some of the students with their creations. Some of the boxes required 2 parties to work on them due to their size. So I'm going to read off their names and beg forgiveness for any mispronunciations I may have. On the left, we have Jaheim Wilson's box, who Garrett Lowenberg assisted on, but who is not pictured here. Then Mr. Pierre Monaville, Brianna Labrise, Colin Lovelace, Naya Elian, and Justina Leslie. On the right, we have Alyssa Burks, Soraya Jones, Janaya Tooney, Nicholas Boston, and David Rodriguez. Our next students are Isaac Jessup, Josue Charles, and Liano Ming. As you can see here with some of the double-decker boxes, the artwork covers the entirety of the box and the interiors as well. Students used a variety of art mediums, including drawing, painting, and new media, digital art forms. Yeah, you can see here also that each box is equipped with a chalkboard face with artwork already on the item, but the location receiving it will be able to change this if they would like to do so. Many of the pieces have incorporated great phrases within the artwork. They pretty much almost all of them include the little free library concept of give a book, take a book. But there are also some that say there are many books you could give or take, choose wisely, better the inside of your head too, just read it. Not all readers are leaders, but all leaders are readers. For instance, here is Mr. Charles' box. He has incorporated the following sayings into it. A peasant that reads is a prince in waiting. In books I have traveled not only to other worlds, but into my own. Take a book to bed with you. Books do not snore. Reading is to the mind what exercise is to the body. Read a book and save a llama. One of my favorites. And then finally on the back, what are we reading? This box is by Mr. Ming. He has incorporated the following sayings. Let your imagination run wild with the greatest achievement. Libraries are full of ideas, the most dangerous and powerful of weapons, on what appears to be a backdrop of Mario Brothers. This double-decker box by Miss Alien and Miss Leslie incorporates the sayings, Mother Nature had to read, reading is dreaming with eyes open. The box by Miss Legris shows a picture of Tupac reading with the phrase, tomorrow a leader. And the box by Mr. Adams, who was not originally pictured or had his box available for the picture day, so we've incorporated it here, indicates the word loser changed to lover, with the phrase saying, Georgie always loved to read, you should too, for your dear friend Pennywise. Obviously a reference to Stephen King's It. We have a short video here showing the students preparing the boxes for the artwork with the digital art director, Ms. Orenthia Baker. We unfortunately found later that sound is not available for this item through GoToMeeting, so for any party that's interested, I would be happy to forward this video separately, but I just wanted to play it for you.
And for the viewing audience, this is prior to COVID.
Yes.
Thank you for that, Ms. Evans.
No problem.
So finally, we just wanted to again thank Councilperson Kashama Miller-Anderson for her generous support of this project in the library. Additionally, many thanks to Inlet Grove High School for their assistance by supplying their creative and artistic skills to help create these beautiful pieces of artwork our wonderful community now gets to enjoy. Thank you, Ms. Olympia Baker, Joshua Adams, Nicholas Boston, Alyssa Burks, Josue Charles, Naya Alien, Isaac Jessup, Soraya Jones, Colin Lovelace, Justina Leslie, Garrett Lowenberg, Brianna Labrise, Liano Ming, Pierre Monteville, David Rodriguez, Jania Tony, and Jaheim Wilson for sharing your talent with us and your community. Finally, also a thank you to our children's librarian, Ms. Charmaine Arnold, and former director, Ms. Cobb, for your assistance in seeing this project through.
Ms. Miller Anderson.
I'm glad Mr. Evans pointed that out, that that was pre-COVID, and it was so much so pre-COVID that when the box finished, I was actually sick. That's when I was having my coughing fit for a while, and I kept delaying coming up there to see the boxes. They kept telling me they're done, they look good. I said, okay, I'm gonna come, and I think 2 weeks went by before I finally made it up there. And Ms. Dickinson was showed me the boxes that were upstairs in the library. And, you know, I'm really appreciative of Ms. Cobb and Ms. Dickinson, as well as the kids, just being very creative with the idea. I just asked for them to possibly look into doing the little free library boxes so that we can kind of get it going on this side. I know Singer Island, former councilwoman, Pardo, started it over there, but those boxes were designed, I believe, by some of our employees. And so we wanted to make sure that students in the city of Riviera Beach participated and had a hand in getting these boxes created. And so I truly appreciate Ms. Dixon, former Director Cobb, for taking on the project and seeing it through. And I appreciate the children for putting in the hard work to get it done. Those boxes are going to be delivered, I believe, in the next week or two to some businesses in the community, and just see how it goes. Those of you who have leftover books, obviously now we have to worry about things being disinfected. So pre-COVID, we would have said probably to, you know, have them added. You know, if you have free books, you could possibly take them still and then get them disinfected some sort of way, so that they could be added to the collection. But there are books, and Ms. Dickinson, I don't know if you mentioned it, about how the books will be placed into the box, and as well as how they'll be replaced. So I appreciate everything that you all have done. And, you know, in the future, if there's funds to be given to increase the amount of boxes that we have in different businesses, that would be great as well. And I look forward to doing like a phase 2 of it. Thank you so much, everybody.
Thank you. Ms. Dickinson, anything else?
No, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, item number 6. Somebody have something to say?
I just wanted to comment that I like those boxes. They're very unique, and it's really a art project.
Yeah.
You know, piggybacking off of Councilman Lawson's art in public spaces. That is really the same thing, really, but with the kids doing it, that's really nice.
Thank you. Madam Clerk.
Item number 6, resolution number 5820, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Riviera Beach, Palm Beach County, Florida, authorizing the Director of Finance and Administrative Services to appropriate fund balance in the Major Disaster Fund number 60700 271000 in the amount of $65,982.80 for Hurricane Irma debris removal, authorizing the Director of Finance and Administrative Services to set up a budget for same and provide an effective date. Madam Chair, we do not have any public comments on this item. The acceptance of public comment on this item is now closed.
Thank you. Would a member care to make a motion on the question?
So moved.
Thank you.
Second.
Thank you. We have Mr. Sherman, I believe, Mr. Evans.
Yes, Madam Chair, if I can have our Finance Director, Mr. Randy Sherman, present this item.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Randy Sherman, Finance Director. Yeah, the item that you have before you is a request to appropriate funds out of the Major Disaster Fund. The city has recently been presented 2 invoices from Ashbrit Environmental for debris removal for Hurricane Irma. So these invoices are almost 3 years old. You'll notice if you actually look at the backup and the invoices attached, the invoices actually have a February 20th, 2017 date on them, which obviously isn't correct. I will tell you that in closing out the Irma projects, we had until November, I want to say it was November 17th, to present everything to FEMA that we would like to be reimbursed for. We made numerous attempts to these invoices, to gather them and be able to submit them. We were never able to do that at that time. We actually received assistance from our FEMA rep trying to get the invoices. And ultimately, I think, even he concluded that possibly the county had paid these invoices. But until recently, we weren't even aware of them. Interim Director Terrence Bailey, Public Works Director Terrence Bailey has reviewed them, feels that they are due and payable. Clearly, we didn't appropriate any funds, but they are eligible to pay it out of the Major Disaster Fund. So that's why we're asking for an appropriation so we can pay off these 2 invoices.
Thank you, Mr. McCoy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Finance Director, Mr. Sherman. Who authorized Ashbrit to do this vegetation pickup from the city? And is there a receiving report for this?
Yeah, debris removal is handled by Public Works. So I'll ask Mr. Bailey if he can answer that.
Yes. At the time, directly after the hurricane, actually, I'll back you up. Before the hurricane, the city piggybacked on the Solid Waste Authority contract for debris removal as well as observation and oversight. Most municipalities went with the Palm Beach County contract for consistency and all of the arrangements. Directly after the hurricane, we called Ashbrit to begin debris cleanup throughout the city. It took about 2 weeks to clean the city up from all the tree limbs and other vegetation. And after they completed their work, we spent upwards of 6 months requesting these invoices. And you can see from your backup some of the emails back and forth. After approximately December, January of 2017-18, we stopped asking for the invoices, and it became apparent about 3 weeks ago that the invoices were out there and were provided to the city here nearly 3 years later.
Mr. McCoy, go ahead.
Okay, and I'm sorry, you said a lot, Mr. Bailey. So I guess I'm back at my original question. Who authorized the specific pickup that corresponds to this invoice? And do we have somebody from our staff or from the city that can verify that what we have in front of us to deliberate on was actually collected and agreed upon? And I mean, I thank you for the backup, but I'm very simple. But I'm very simple with my question because I'm being asked to even deliberate on something that clearly has the wrong date on it. That's the first thing. And I want to make sure that there's some employee within this organization that's willing to put their name and reputation on the line, that this is a valid and legitimate business expense, because clearly there's a few things that jumped out at me that wouldn't necessarily pass the litmus test, in my opinion.
Yes, sir. As Mr. Sherman indicated, I have provided my review and approval that these are legitimate costs associated with Hurricane Irma and that they should be paid.
So, Mr. Bailey, if that's true, then why would we have a invoice dated for before when the hurricane occurred?
well, my verification was on the quantity and the dollar number. The fact that it says February of 17, I'm sure is a Scribner's error and it should have been 18, because in our email communication back and forth with the vendor after the fact, they had indicated that there was, as Mr. Sherman said, these tickets got intermingled with Palm Beach County's tickets. So I apologize, let me back you up. The way the system works, Ashbrit will go out into the community, pick up a lot of debris, and take it over to the dump. At the dump site, because they are working in Riviera Beach, they are given a dump ticket. That dump ticket is checked by the oversight company, and the oversight company then takes all of those tickets and assigns them to Riviera Beach. So the ticketing system and verification of the quantities can be back checked. The issue being the oversight company unfortunately intermingled Riviera Beach's dump tickets with Palm Beach County's. And it took them all the way until February of 2018 to unwind that mistake. So the February date that's on the invoice, they changed the February, but they missed the 2017. Obviously, these invoices couldn't have been February 2017 because the hurricane didn't happen until later in the summer. So the 2017 versus 2018 date is a minor Scribner's error.
Oh,
Go ahead.
thank you, Madam Chair. Scrivener's error or not, Mr. Bailey, we're July 2020. Don't you think that could have been corrected at this point? I mean, because I'm voting down on this item simply because don't bring me something half-baked. If this was in fact an omission, they should have amended the invoice. But you're basically asking us to authorize something on its face that you guys, well, staff could have corrected. And as far as I'm concerned, I still haven't gotten an answer to who verified. And I guess in your explanation, it would have been whoever issued the dump ticket that this is actually something Riviera Beach is responsible for. So absent of that, I have no other questions. I'll be voting down on this item.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I just wanted to ask, just a basic question of how did it take so long for this to get to us? And I understand the backstory, I understand the unraveling, and I understand, all of that. But it's been 3 years, and the people who actually were supposed to be paid this, they themselves waited 3 years to be paid. I'm asking you a question.
We asked those same questions in essence. Where have you been for the last 3 years? And we presented to them all of our email requests to their team for these invoices, and they provided the explanation of the unwinding and why it took so long, but they did not provide any satisfactory evidence on who they reached out to in the city and who they sent these invoices to. Unfortunately, with our data breach of last year, there's no way to go back into the system to see if they may have sent the email to someone or an email address that wasn't currently in use. But they did end up, I believe, reaching out to our lobbyist to get in contact with someone in the city, and it came through that way. And once we were made aware of these invoices, we opened up a direct line of communication with the company to understand exactly what happened over these 3 years.
I'm going to have to agree with Councilman McCoy. There's no way that after 3 years, if I did work and it wouldn't take me 3 years to ask for my money, it would take me 3 minutes to ask for my money. So how they, meaning the people who are owed this money, took so long to be able to come to us and say, you actually owe us this money, is beyond me. It just does not sound like an entity that does business. If you're doing business and you're owed every bit of $65,000 and you wait 3 years to come and get the money, I can't see it. I can't see it.
Mr. Lawson, and then Mr. McCoy, and then Ms. Miller Anderson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Bailey, question. You said that we don't know who sent over or when they sent over the invoice. Couldn't we just ask them to forward the original email or invoicing of who they sent it to so we can acknowledge who was supposed to receive this. And if it did come in during our crash, our system breach, that would still be after the fact of the deadline for FEMA. So I guess some of my concerns is going to be the invoice that was written is dated incorrectly. The time frame that's actually going to cost our taxpayers this money instead of allowing for us to be reimbursed. And also, I'm almost inclined to fight this and to not move forward with paying this invoice. And I would actually also want to hear from Ms. Nguyen in reference to the status of actually having to pay this invoice and pay this service after 3 years. I know there's a limitation on when you can bill me for services that were provided, and we don't have accurate dates or information. So if 3 years later we still getting invoices for a service that was going to be paid by FEMA, I can't really be in support of this. So I was going to ask if Ms. Nguyen could give some feedback on the legality of paying this business.
Yes, I asked the question when we talked about it during agenda review. And based on the time frame given to me, the statute of limitation has not yet run. And I ended my inquiry there.
What is the statute of limitation? What is the time? I'm sorry, Madam Chair, just follow up. What is the
Sure.
statute
4
of
years.
limitation? 4 years.
Mm-hmm. It's only been 3. If we go by the date of October 2017, it hasn't even been 3 years yet.
Okay. Go by which date did you say, Ms. Nguyen?
I was given the date of October 12, 2017. Mr. Bailey can clarify that, but I have that in my notes.
Okay. So that was my question in regards to the limitation of having to pay this invoice, the time frame, because I thought it would have expired. But if you're saying it's 4 years, I guess my only concern is having them clean this up, getting some additional information as to who they sent the original invoice to, fixing these invoices before we vote on paying them. And if we owe them, and I understand we owe them, but we have to do a better job of just demanding this information or just telling them no, that they're in default of providing the documentation, because FEMA essentially could have covered this. Now it has to come out of our taxpayers' dollars. So I would want to figure out moving forward, what can we put in place to require that we're not put in this position ever again?
Thank you. Ms. Miller Anderson, it looks like Mr. Evans is wanting to speak. Would you allow him to speak first? Thank you. Mr. Evans.
McCoy.
Yes, Madam Chair. One of the things also that we have some exposure from the city side is compliance with the Prompt Payment Act. So we do have a situation whereby the invoice has been submitted and we have to, pay the invoice in a reasonable time. And so in the event that we were to effectively fight this, we don't have really good footing from the city side as to why this particular invoice wasn't provided. Plus, there's statutory obligations that we as a government entity need to be able to render payment expeditiously. Now, why that didn't occur during the appropriate time frame, that's something that staff can certainly do some additional research. I do agree with the board as it relates to getting the invoice corrected and maybe even some additional documentation from the vendor. But I think one of the challenges associated with that, if it's 3 years ago, finding the employee, if they still work in that company, or who the account manager was, and if they, they're not obligated to retain public records at the degree that we have to. So we can get the invoice corrected, we can do additional research, and then bring it back with some additional information that the board has requested to provide additional context to the item, versus the board having to approve an item or voting an item down without having all the information that can provide additional clarity.
Will it put us in any legal jeopardy if we postpone this for a couple of weeks to get that information? You're saying that we have an obligation, but my question is, the obligation, we're not hurt in any way by postponing, am I right?
No, I think we'll be fine. I mean,
okay. Ms. Miller Anderson, you have a question?
Okay.
And then Mr. McCoy. Oh,
Well, you had said Lawson, McCoy, and then Miller Anderson. So.
oh, see. He's
Go ahead.
had this. Go ahead, Mr. McCoy.
Okay, thank you. And I thought you were going to say I had my time, but
No, go right ahead.
This is exactly why I don't want to accepting this Robert's rule that you produced today, because I had a number of questions, and conveniently staff has not answered it. And I thank you, Mr. Evans, for bringing up that Prompt Payment Act. And one of the components of Prompt Payment Act in state law requires that the local agency, being the city, has to actually receive and acknowledge receipt of these goods. I don't understand, and I'm still asking the same question. So, Madam Chair, please take note. I'm still on the same issue that has not been answered. What employee acknowledged, or have we received a receiving report that these services were rendered? I mean, being offered an invoice after the fact, coupled with the date is wrong. You asked the question of the manager, do we run a risk? We run a risk with the inspector general because we lack internal controls, or our internal controls just fail when we approve or authorize invoices where we don't have appropriate backup documentation. Literally, we all know that the finance department in our city is so tight. If you're missing a receipt, you can't expect any kind of reimbursement. And I don't want me as a member or any of my colleagues to authorize something that on its face just doesn't pass the test. And that's my only question. Obviously, I appreciate the member from the 5th District bringing up the statute of limitations, but if it's owed, I want to make sure that we pay it. But I don't want to see something that doesn't have the correct date. And if it's been close to 3 years, or at least 3 years, then at the very minimum, somebody should have corrected this. And somebody from our department or from our city needs to validate that this is something that the city is responsible for, because now we run the risk of having the inspector general to say that we've authorized as a body an invoice that we don't even have the correct, the appropriate backup documentation for. So my concerns I share with some of the members, but I'm solely from the city's perspective of how we make sure we're handling our end of ensuring that this was actually done properly. And I yield back. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Mr. Evans.
Director Bailey, if you would, one of the things that I know from past relationships I've had with debris contractors, in most cases, they do take photos and they have documentation as it relates to the tonnage and what in fact was provided. Is that something that we have or something that can be provided? I know that there's certain information that may have not been retained for whatever reason, but I think to Councilperson McCoy's point, that's the issue. If there is documentation or photographic evidence that says, 6 trucks that were full, with this type of tonnage, and this is the cost associated with that, it provides the backup or the information that he's requesting to facilitate the payment. Is that something that we have or we have kept, or is that something that we're going to have to rely on the vendor to provide?
Due to the data breach, again, that is information that we may have had at the time but wouldn't have now. We would need to rely on the vendor to provide it. But again, I believe because these are federal dollars for the hurricane debris cleanup, the retention requirements are a little bit longer, and everyone knows FEMA takes 5 years to pay. So between Palm Beach County, the Solid Waste Authority, and the vendor, they should have all of the necessary documentation. And again, to Mr. McCoy's question, I was interim director of public works at the time of the hurricane. I oversaw the debris cleanup effort, and I am the one who said that, yes, these are valid costs and volumes that were picked up from the city streets that need to be paid. So, but we can ask for from the vendor additional documentation from their files in the way of pictures, truck tickets, anything that can validate the information to substantiate the invoices as presented, in addition to demanding that they amend the dates and get them corrected so they correlate to the actual time of the operation in 2017.
And Councilman McCoy, I wish I could provide additional information, but I went on vacation from September 20th all the way for 15 months. So.
Madam Chair.
Okay, yes.
I promise you, I was literally going to defer to Mr. Evans, and I didn't want to seem like the guy that was making a wise joke, but I literally knew exactly the timing of this issue. But I appreciate that we're at the same point where we have an understanding. But from an accounting and a finance and reporting standpoint, Mr. Chairman, the moment you put in the invoice, when you create it, when you receive an invoice, it's automatically populated for that date. I don't know how. It seems like somebody has backdated this, but I just want to make sure that it's corrected, because this is going to be the very issue that we have an inspector general's report on. And I don't want to be validating something where, at least on the face, the documentation is incorrect. So if you guys can, fix that. And I mean, people want to get paid. Obviously things slip through the cracks, but if we can correct that, I'm more amenable to see it, but I just can't support it. And I would, yield back, but I want to see if there's an opportunity to perhaps postpone it or bring it back at another time. Because at this point, right, 3 years, I'm sure they're not, I'm sure they're not going to close down because of this.
So we had a motion and a second on the floor to, on this question. Do we need, Ms. Miller Anderson?
I still wanted to make my comment.
Go ahead.
Okay. And I think everyone has pretty much hit on everything. I know, Mr. Evans, I was going to say that certainly probably is not an answer that he can give, because that was a time in which he was not here at that point afterwards. So with this item having the things that you all said about the invoice, that definitely needs to be right. And I would like more documentation kind of supporting that it was actually done. I'm glad to hear that Mr. Bailey said that he definitely was the one on site, but I think we need to have some sort of form of documentation to support the paying of the people. I'm sure they did the work, and like you said, Mr. McCoy, I'm sure that this is not going to cause them to close their doors, because they're not that small of a company. But I think in order for us to move forward, we do need to make sure that we have the right documentation, so we're not being accused of just paying random invoices that we really don't know if the work was completed. Thank you. I support the postponement.
Thank you. So we have a motion on the floor. We have to withdraw the motion and the second, I think, and then ask for a motion to postpone. Madam Clerk, am I right about that? Mr. Lawson, and then we'll answer that question.
Sorry, I just wanted to make a quick comment or request. Mr. Sherman, when was the cutoff for reimbursement requests from FEMA?
Yeah, we had to report our expenses. I want to say it was November 17th, 2017. You're allowed to finalize things after that point, but you pretty much have to have most of it done and in place by that cutoff.
And when was this service provided? You said November 17th, 2017?
Correct. The service for these two invoices was the end of September 2017, and then the first couple of weeks of October of 2017. So one invoice is for September, one invoice is for October.
Good. And those invoices were not sent over to the city, and we don't have that exact date because of our system breach. Can we request from the vendor when is the first time they sent the invoice over for us? Because I see requests from Mr. Bailey, multiple emails. So I'm just want to see if we could have them send us a forward, because they're saying that they sent over the invoice. If they could just re-forward that email that they sent to whatever representative that actually approved it, as Councilman McCoy said, or even any representative that they just forwarded this email to that may or may not have acknowledged it. If we could request that information with the updated invoice, that would be my request as well.
Ms. Miller Anderson. You're muted.
Oh, that Mr. Sherman has on the backup. That's from Ms. Hoskins for December 2017. How were we able to obtain that? Mr. Sherman, did you?
Yeah, that was provided to me by Mr. Bailey, so maybe he can answer that question.
Okay, Mr. Bailey, how did you access that email from Ms. Hoskins from December 22nd, 2017?
The short version is, due to the fact that I typically get very large emails with PDFs and AutoCAD files, my email system is set up to save locally. So when we had the data breach, I was able to retain a portion of my emails going back to 2017. Luckily, that email was in some of the emails that were saved locally on my machine and not corrupted in the cyber attack during the incident last year. So I was able to retrieve that email, convert it into a PDF so that we had the conversation and documentation of our requests.
Okay, so is it possible for IT to take a look at your computer and see if they're able to locate others? I mean, it's the computer at work, right? That's
Yes. Well, during this conversation with the vendor, I asked them to provide proof that they had sent over the invoices, and they did provide me 2 emails from 2018, and they did not submit the invoices to anyone on our team that had been working on it. And in addition, when I opened the email itself, they sent it to ajohnson@rivierabeach.org in 2018. Well, rivierabeach.org is not an email address that goes to the city, which explains why they sent it to no one. And that is why we never received those invoices until now. They sent it to an email address that doesn't exist.
Okay, but we could possibly have our IT take a look to see if they're able to identify any others from the 2017 time. Is that not possible?
Any other emails?
Are saved locally on your computer, right?
Yes.
So is it possible for us to have IT take a look at it to see if they can obtain a little more than maybe you may be able to? I don't know. I'm not a tech person, but I'm just thinking that part of it, some of it was saved in December 2017. Maybe some of the others were too. And maybe you're just not able to get it for some reason. I don't know. At least try.
Yes, ma'am. I'll have IT look into it.
Okay, thanks.
Mr. McCoy and then Ms. Lanier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Councilwoman Miller Anderson, thank you. Mr. Evans, Dr. Votel, I'm looking for records around that time too, September 30th, 2017. I withdraw. I have nothing else.
Yeah.
Okay, so Ms. Lanier had a question.
Briefly say, piggyback off of Miller Anderson's comment is that we have to be in a position to validate this as well. We can't put all the onus on the company to give us information to say that we're going to provide you with whatever you need to pay this. I think that we need to be in a position to validate this, and we need to be in a position to make sure that this happened and that we received invoices or we received emails. So yes, it has to, the burden has to be on us as well.
I don't see any other hands raised, so I'm going to ask the clerk. We have a motion on the floor and a second. Do we need to withdraw that and then make a motion to postpone? Is that the way we should handle this?
Madam Chair, members of the board, the maker of the motion can be asked to withdraw their motion, and then a motion is made to postpone, or an amended motion can be made to postpone.
So who made the motion?
Councilperson Lanier.
Okay.
I withdraw my motion.
Thank you. And the second?
Councilperson Miller Anderson.
And you withdraw your second. And now, would I ask someone to make a motion to postpone this item?
So moved.
Mr. McCoy. I think he made the motion, and then Ms. Lanier must have seconded because it was at the same time. Okay. So we're postponing this item until we get additional information and some clarity about when these invoices were actually sent.
Roll call on that, Madam Chair.
Okay. Madam Clerk?
Councilperson McCoy.
Yes.
Councilperson Miller Anderson.
Yes.
Councilperson Lanier.
Yes.
Pro Tem Lawson.
Yes.
Chair Votel.
Yes.
Unanimous vote.
Item number 7.
Item number 7, resolution number 59-20, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Riviera Beach, Palm Beach County, Florida, setting the maximum millage rate for the City of Riviera Beach for fiscal year 2020-2021 at a rate of 8.4520 mils, setting the date, time, and place of the first public hearing and providing an effective date. Madam Chair, the acceptance of public comment on this item is now closed.
Madam Chair, I move to amend to 8.2 mils, please.
Mr. McCoy, because there isn't, I don't believe anybody made a motion, you would make a motion to amend it.
I'm sorry. I moved to amend to 8.25 mils. I thought that was probably the same thing, but I would love to have the discussion.
Well, if you would make the motion, then perhaps we can have the discussion.
Okay.
Ms. Wynn is nodding her head, so.
I think he made the motion, he just needs a second.
Yeah.
Second.
Thank you. Do we have public comments on this item, Ms. Anthony?
Madam Chair, we do not have any public comments on this item at this time.
Okay. Mr. Evans, is Mr. Sherman going to take this? You're muted.
I will actually be making the presentation, but I think Councilman McCoy should be recognized for his item.
Okay. Mr. McCoy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, I had a conversation with the manager today, and I wanted to share with you. I appreciate the work that the manager is doing relative to the budget, but I really have to encourage you guys and really ask, let's really push this to the point of driving down what we require of our taxpayers to contribute. And obviously, this is the same tax rate that we had last year, and we're in a position that we don't have to raise the millage rate, tax rate, which is synonymous. But I really want to see that we don't accept just the same as the last time. And, you know, obviously this is a time that is unprecedented for everybody. And I only offer an alternative. And if it's not supported, I'm okay with that. But I really want to see if we can, you know, not just do the same thing we did last year and try to turn this tide. Because I look back, you know, just 9 years ago, we were operating in 2012, I think it was just over $25 million, give or take, for our operating budget for the year. And we're almost nearly tripled that amount. And obviously, I don't think any member of this body should be surprised that there's going to be some changes how we operate government. But I at least wanted to allow the members to have a discussion about financially or fiscally where we take the city as far as our millage rate and our overall operations of our budget. And I only wanted to offer that so that we can have the discussion and then hear from the manager. But I certainly, you know, support whatever conversations that come from this. So that's all I have, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Evans?
Madam Chair and members of the board, this item before you is to request that the City Council adopt the maximum millage rate for fiscal year 2020 and 2021 at 8.452 mils. By establishing the maximum millage rate, this is to allow for us to provide notice based on truth and millage, which it provides notice to the taxpayer. This is the same millage rate that was levied last year. However, the taxpayer would see an increase as a result of the values that we have seen, the property values that we've seen increase in our community to approximately about 6.9%. This is consistent with Florida State Statutes 200.065 that we established the maximum millage rate, as well as making sure that our first public hearing does not conflict with the school district or Palm Beach County. Palm Beach County has set their public hearing for Thursday, September 3rd, and the school district for Wednesday, September 9th. And so staff is recommending that we set our first public hearing for Tuesday, September 8th at 6 p.m. In the event that we wanted to look to levy the rollback rate, which is 7.9567 mils, which in essence generates the same revenue that the city collected in the previous budget year, that would be about a $3 million less revenue intake for the city. The revenue that would be generated as a result of the rollback rate would be a little over $46 million. One of the things that we also want to communicate in the event that we move forward with the millage rate that staff is recommending, it would generate about $50 million. However, 5.6 million of that is paid to the CRA in their tax increment value, and about 750,000 is transferred into the major disaster fund. By establishing the maximum millage rate, you do have the ability to reduce the millage rate. One of the things to Councilperson McCoy's point, in the event that the council wishes for staff to present a budget based on the maximum millage rate or that 8.2 millage rate that's proffered, it is something that we can look to share with you as part of the budget discussions that we will be having with the council. The revenue impact's about $1.7 million in the event that we would look to institute that reduced millage rate. Staff has started going through the budget process, and I can tell you that the deficit going into fiscal year 2021 is approximately $4.3 million. Virtually every sector of our business models as it relates to, or our business relationships as it relates to health insurance, property and liability, we're seeing double-digit increases. We're also seeing our revenue projections are down about 30%. And so staff is looking to make some tough choices and then ultimately per charter to provide the city council with a budget that is consistent with the millage rate that we are requesting for the board to set that maximum millage rate. But in the event that the board says you would like to see two variations of budgets, that's something that we can work on and to provide that to you. We know that it's been a point of discussion in our community for quite a bit of time as to how we can effectively reduce expenditures as well as reduce the millage rate. And so there's plans that we are putting in place to right size the organization and to make us a little bit more leaner, a little bit more efficient. And this particular crisis is making us look at the way in which we do business differently. So we are going to prepare the budget with some reductions, as well as providing for a pathway forward as to how do we become more fiscally sustainable on the long term, because we're not seeing the economic growth and the redevelopment in our community that's essential for our tax base to go up. In addition to, we have some concerns with regards to the commercial industries being impacted, because we actually feel the impact in arrears. So what we're going to do is, this year we've seen a 6.7% increase. Next year, flat is considered the new up. And so you may not really feel the impact until 2023 is where you can possibly see revenues being impacted on the ad valorem side. But the good thing is we have very diversified funding streams, and we're not completely reliant on the ad valorem revenue, as most, for instance, the county, probably about 70% of their revenue is predicated on ad valorem value. So staff is recommending that we adopt the millage rate as levied as previous years, but if it's the pleasure of the board, we can bring you a budget that accomplishes the millage rate that was proffered by Councilman McCoy.
Ms. Miller Anderson.
I know it is possible to look at bringing a budget back with like half a meal and then one with a full meal.
Yes, we can if it's the pleasure of the board, we can actually bring it down, by quarters to show what it would look like and the impact as a result of that. We can definitely do that.
Okay, yeah, that would be good. And yeah, I'm fine with make the approval tonight for the maximum being set at that, and then obviously we can make it lower when we have our discussions. And we're starting that when our budget discussions.
Our discussions commence in August. I will be sending the board a updated budget calendar no later by the end of this week.
Okay, thank you.
Any other? Mr. McCoy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Councilwoman from the 2nd District. That's exactly what I wanted to hear from the body. You know, by no means do I want to tie the manager's or administration's hand when it comes to a budget, because that is their role to present us with a budget for us to approve. But I want us to begin to think outside the box. And Mr. Evans, this is just my personal belief, and it's not representative of the council. But I would like to see, obviously, there's a initiative across the country to defund the police. Let me tell you something. You know where I was out at 6 o'clock this morning. So I certainly respect our Riviera Beach finest and the work that they do. But I really want to see that we can take a very thorough and intense look at how we budget for police spending. And let me tell you something. Apparently, I must have missed the invitation for the bicycle event, but I did see our. Is something funny?
You could have been there on a tricycle, or we talked about this.
But it was so great to see our officers. Actually, I seen them yesterday out in the community on their bikes, and this is like the real emphasis of where I want to see our city dollars spent when they're riding up to people in the community just on a fellowship. I want to see that we're less the old SWAT and very tactical unit, and obviously we need it, right? But more in the community base. And I thought that was very reinforcing that it does work when we have a community and individuals in our community that really respect. And I tell you, a policing unit, Sergeant Menard, Officer Terrell, and Officer Bourne, who I seen yesterday, were suited and they were actually in the neighborhood. So I can really appreciate that. And that goes to the point, Mr. Evans, I don't want to tie your hands. I just really wanted us to think and bring back us something that can really support where we are as a city and where we're moving as a country overall, because I think it really helps if we're proactive on the front end as opposed to, doing all of the back end stuff that doesn't always equate to, the situations. And perhaps we don't need to support an initiative like Councilwoman Lanier's, because we're taking care of it on the front end, and we don't need to do the back end when we have individuals that are suffering from or victims of gun violence and being arrested in that criminal justice system. Certainly I think it's needed, but I would much rather put those resources on the front end. So Mr. Evans, by no means am I taking any kind of any offense to what you presented. I just really want us to think out of the box when it comes to creating a budget this year. So I will withdraw my motion that I offered and allow the manager to put together a spending plan in the millage rate. So I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Lanier.
Yeah, I also Mr. Evans, to take a look at the disaster fund annual required contribution. I want to see if we can adjust that, if we can, to support more acquisition of major fixed assets, fire department, fleet. What can we do to look at that fund, and also to put that funding in towards major fixed assets, because we really understand that as we're moving forward here, we know that this economy is not going to sustain itself based on how we are going now. We know that given the number of, and everything kind of circles back to COVID-19. The fact that we are looking at a major economic financial meltdown for this country, which means it's going to trickle down to this community. So we need to look at a lot of other options that were not normally on the table. So if we can have some look at that disaster fund and the annual contribution to that, so that we can be able to look at other options, given the fact that we are going into a financial atmosphere that is not going to bode well for small communities like ours.
Thank you. Ms. Moore-Anderson.
I just wanted to make a comment on piggyback on Mr. McCoy speaking about the officers being on the bicycles. On yesterday, on my Ring alert, I saw something where someone posted over in they live in Villa Rosa, and they said they see policemen riding around on bicycles. So they're trying to find out what was going on. You know, I think they thought something major, you know, some kind of crime was going on. So that we definitely need to do a little more of that. So they think it's a problem when they see our officers out there on the bicycles, but they definitely saw them. So it's working.
Thank you. Anyone else before we?
So, Madam Chair.
I'm sorry. I wanted to thank Mr. McCoy for raising this issue. I think it's been many, many years that we've been talking about trying to get the millage rate down, and I would appreciate it very much if we could have a series of budget proposals that would show us what the effect would be at a variety of levels. So thank you, Mr. McCoy, and thank you, Mr. Evans, for being willing to do that for us. And Mr. McCoy, you had something to say?
So Madam Chair, I wanted to remind you, I did, in the whole thing that I said, did offer to withdraw my motion. I just wanted to have the discussion. I think we've gotten to that point, but I moved to approve the resolution as presented.
And she approved, seconds.
Yeah.
I think that was a yes. Okay. Did we have to vote on removing the first motion, or are we okay with just accepting and saying, okay, we're good? So unless there's anything else, are we ready to call the question? Yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilperson McCoy?
Yes.
Councilperson Miller Anderson?
Yes.
Councilperson Lanier?
Yes.
Pro Tem Lawson?
Yes.
Chair Votel?
Yes.
Unanimous vote.
It is 7:41. Madam Clerk, do we have public comments?
Madam Chair, can you read the statement into the record, please?
Yes, I can, if we have them. Sorry. Public comments should be restricted to issues, matters, or topics pertinent to the City of Riviera Beach. Please be reminded that the City Council has adopted rules of decorum governing public comment during official meetings. Public comments shall begin at 7:30 p.m. unless there is no further business of the City Council, which in that event it shall begin sooner. In addition, if an item is being considered at 7:30 p.m., then comments from the public shall begin immediately after the item has been concluded. Any member of the public wishing to comment publicly on any matter, including items on the agenda, shall submit their comments by email to City Clerk Claudine Anthony at publiccomments@riverabeach.org. The email shall contain the applicable agenda item numbers along with the precise wording to be read into the record. Explicit language will not be read. Emails without applicable agenda item numbers will be read under the general public comment section. Be advised, public comments will be accepted for each applicable item and the general public comment section until closure is announced by the chairperson of the city clerk. All email addresses and submitted comments are and will be public record. The city clerk or designee will read public comments into the record at the appropriate time for no more than 3 minutes. If you have any questions, please contact City Clerk's office 561-845-4090 or email crobinson@riverabeach.org.
Madam Chair, the acceptance of public comment for the general public comment section is now closed. Ms. Hall?
The public comment comes from Norman Adams, NBASOX@AOL.com. To Riviera Beach City Council, I understand you selected the incumbents to repeat as city auditor. Please respond to the following questions. Why did you select the firm that scored last in the ranking process carried out by the audit committee? How will the state government that now requires the city to have an audit committee feel about you choosing HCT? How much did that firm or any of its partners contribute to each of you when you last ran for council? What were the dollars bid by each firm? Do each of you personally know any partners or employees of HCT? If so, who and for how long? Where was HCT when certain previous council members used some of the city's monies as their personal piggy bank? Why shouldn't each member of the audit committee feel that we wasted our time? I hate to think that something smells in their selection. Please dissuade me. Madam Chair, that's the end of public comments.
Thank you. Mr. Evans, do you want to answer any of that? Or, I mean, I don't know how you want to handle that.
Madam Chair, that item is actually going through a bid protest process, so I certainly would refrain from any comments associated with it and let it work its way through the course.
Thank you. Item number, sorry. Item number 8.
Resolution number 60-20, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Riviera Beach, Palm Beach County, Florida, authorizing the mayor and city clerk to execute a sale and purchase agreement and necessary documents for the acquisition of property located at 1920 West Blue Heron Boulevard, Palm Beach County, property control number 5643423025001000, tract 1 of Blue Heron Walgreens, according to the plat thereof, as recorded in plat book 84, page 179 of the public records of Palm Beach County, Florida, from FSA DECV Florida C4 LLC in the amount of $2,400,000 plus closing costs for the purpose of constructing a new fire station to replace the city's fire rescue station 88, authorizing the mayor and city clerk to execute the agreement for purchase of real property for said property, authorizing the director of finance to make payment of $2,400,000 plus closing costs from project number 18034 under the terms of the sale and purchase agreement and provide an effective date. Madam Chair, members of the council, the acceptance of public comments on this item is now closed.
Thank you. Would a member care to make a motion on this question?
Madam Chair, I offer to counter offer at $2 million.
Thank you, Mr. McCoy.
I'm sorry, I withdraw. I'm glad I got a response from the manager and also a facial expression from the attorney. I'm just kidding. I'm sure they put in good work on this. So I was just joking. So I move to approve as presented.
Second.
Thank you. Are there public comments, Madam Clerk?
Madam Chair, there are no public comments.
Thank you. Do we have a presentation by Ms. Nguyen?
Madam Chair, I'll actually be making the presentation, and then Chief Kurt will speak on the fire operational side, and then Ms. Busby can speak on the legal elements contained in the agenda item. City staff is recommending approval of the resolution to authorize the mayor and city clerk to execute the purchase and sales agreement for an acquisition of the property located in 1920 West Blue Heron, referred to as the Walgreens site. When city staff looked at the opportunity to construct a fire station 88, principally it was identified to reconstruct the facility in an existing location at 1663 West Blue Heron. But Chief Kurt and I had some conversations about what is the optimal location and what can provide for fire services, not just today, but also looking at a 50-year plan. Based on the site that has already been identified for Fire Station 88, as soon as we were to move forward with the construction of that site and open that site, it would already be at capacity. So we looked at the opportunity that has been afforded to us at the Walgreens site. This particular facility can accommodate the fire station, a fire station that can serve us for well over 50 years. It also provides additional capacity to be able to have some flex space, move professional offices as it relates to fire administration, and also provide an ops function in the event of our EOC, having our operations sections report and effectuate any response in the event of a disaster. So we've taken a look at this particular property. We had an appraisal done on the property. There was 2 appraisals that were conducted. One came in, I think, at around 2.1 million, and the other one was at $2.4 million. We then went back and had conversations with the property owners, and they were dead set on the $2.4 million. And we still believe that that is a excellent investment and a great site for Fire Station 88. In the event that the council gives us authorization to move forward with this, closing will be scheduled on or before August 19th. However, some other things that are germane to the process is that we would have to get a future land use map and zoning map amendments, because currently it is commercial general, and we would need to change that to community facilities. So prior to issuing any type of development order or any type of construction, we would have to have a comp plan amendment as well as zoning map. And so it would have to go before the planning and zoning board, as well as the city council for first and second reading. The city attorney's office has provided notice as stipulated in the code of ordinance to the planning and zoning board that the city's desire is to move forward with the acquisition of this particular parcel. At this particular moment, I would like for Chief Kurd to talk about some of the fire elements and what we would look to be able to do if we're able to secure this site. One of the things that has been expressed by this board is the concerns of Blue Heron and Congress and having some issues with regards to individuals traversing that roadway. And I would say to the council that by locating the fire station at 1920 West Blue Heron, we can then push on the state and the county for intersection improvements, as there is a public safety facility there. So I think we can actually make that intersection more safe for pedestrians as well as motorists at that particular intersection, should we be able to provide service. At this time, I'm going to turn it over to Chief Kurd to speak on the fire side, and then Ms. Busby is on the meeting as well to provide any legal explanation with regards to the purchase and sales agreement. Chief Kurd.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, Chief Kurd, Interim Fire Chief. I just want to have a conversation about what a fire station should look like and what a fire station should be built for, considering what the next 50 years is going to look like, because this truly will be a 50-year decision. Originally, the property where existing fire station 88 was located was our only option. We tried to obtain some properties from the school board to the west of that property, and we also looked at areas behind that property to build a fully functioning fire station. And to no avail, we were unable to acquire those properties. So simply, we were working with the area that we were given. It was very tight. The area to enter the station would have been off of Avenue S, which would have posed some problems when school was coming in the morning and letting out. When the property became available over on the Walgreens site, Mr. Evans had me and staff do some research on what that site would look like as far as response from a fire rescue standpoint. We've reached out to Palm Beach County Fire Rescue. We've done time response analysis, and we've actually determined that we would actually decrease our response time by being at that location. While it's marginal, it is a decrease in response time. However, what's more important is what that property is going to allow us to build moving forward. 50 years ago, we didn't have ambulances in the fire station. We didn't respond to hazmat calls. We didn't respond to active shooter calls. We didn't have special rescue operations. I don't know what the next 50 years will look like in the fire service, but I can tell you over the last 6 months, it will lend to us being a community partner to provide, whether it be vaccinations to the community or some type of community health program. And we're looking at the new facility. It'll give us space to have some type of pseudo clinic in the lobby for community should vaccinations be needed. It'll give us a little bit more space to operate as a EOC for fire operations during times of disaster. It'll also give us room for growth should that come in the next 50 years, and allow for a widening and enlarging of the floor plan so that we can provide the employees with the room and space that we need. And if we've learned anything from COVID-19, we have learned that we will have to build and design our buildings differently. And I do believe that this property is in the best interest of the city and fire rescue moving forward in that 50-year decision.
Thank you.
Chief Kurd, if I may, I'm going to, Madam Chair, I'm going to share my screen and allow for Chief Kurd to kind of walk through some of the, basic interior elements and how the site will work with regards to this, because I think it's important for the public as well as the council to see and hear from Chief Kurd, how we plan to site this particular station. So.
So what we're looking at here is the property on the corner of the Walgreens station. And what we have determined is that we're going to be working as we build this station to be able to have our units respond out onto Blue Heron. Now, just to the east of where we would respond out from, we are going to have a controlled intersection. We've also had Mr. Bailey reach out to DOT. I've reached out to members of Palm Beach County, and there is a preemption and priority lighting system, which actually is going to help us control that intersection. It's going to give us the ability to come out onto Blue Heron, move west to our western community, which is growing, and we're seeing an increase in call volume, or simply cross the median, in which we're going to be working with the DOT to provide that crossing in the median, similar to what you see at the old Station 88, to allow us to move east on Blue Heron. We'll also have control of the intersection to go north and south on Congress to address those areas and that community's growth, both north and south of Congress, whether it be Thousand Oaks, Marsh Harbor, Villa Rosa, or any of the other communities that have been built out and have increased our call volume in that Congress corridor. This is going to be a 5-bay station. This is going to allow for an engine, a rescue, and a chief officer to be able to respond. It's also going to provide us with an additional bay where we can have spare apparatus located on the western side of our community. It's going to have what is going to be known as a clean station concept. This is similar to what we were going to build with 88 on its existing property. However, this larger footprint is going to give us a better opportunity to provide showers and facilities for both our male and female firefighters. This is also going to provide the ability for us to be able to have a training room west of the tracks. It is going to provide us with office space, not only for the officers at that station, but also a second story, which is going to provide for offices for city administration, fire administration, and also members of the operational EOC. So this is a fully functioning 5-bay station where each firefighter now will have their own bunk room. There will be individual restrooms. The days of conjugal restrooms of just that large male and female bathroom with a female and male locker room is coming to an end. I have to look at what the next 50 years is going to look like. It may be gender neutral. It may be non-gender specific. We may not have male or female restrooms. We just simply will have restrooms. There will be a toilet, a shower, and a sink that is all contained within one restroom to accommodate anyone regardless of their identities or genders. It is also going to allow us to be able to have a bit of a flex space. We do know we have some concerns with Fire Station 89 out at Military Trail, and we're working diligently with the Department of Veteran Affairs to extend that lease on that property. But in the event that that property is no longer available to us, this station will allow us to bring those individuals in while we look at options and alternatives. But as you can see the rendering, we think it's going to be a key element when coming into the city. It is going to be able to house not only spare apparatus to keep some of these valuable apparatus out of the wind, rain, and sun, but it's going to allow us to also have a command element west of the tracks while maintaining our current element east of the tracks. So it's going to be a very unique station. It's going to be the first of its kind in the state of Florida, And we think it's going to be a staple in the fire service for what fire stations should look like in Florida.
And Madam Chair, that concludes our presentation, unless there's any questions for Ms. Busby on the legal side or the planning and zoning side. Staff is prepared to answer any questions the board may have.
Thank you. Ms. Lanier first, and then Mr. Lawson. You're muted, Ms. Lanier.
I wanted to say that I like this project. I like the fact that reading the backup, it being the only Category 5 building that we may have in this city. The fact that aesthetically speaking, this is how our buildings are supposed to look going forward. I like the fact that it has a high level of functionality to it, that there is some other operations that can happen in this particular building. And when a person gets off of I-95 coming into the city, looking at something that is pleasantly, pleasant to the eye, and going down through our city to be able to put something on. I know Councilman McCoy has always talked about looking at Blue Heron Boulevard and getting off of I-95 and seeing apartments here, gas stations here, this over here, this over here. So having something that is going to bring some type of appearance to the city, especially a building that is functional and a building that we need in terms of providing services to our residents. So I certainly approve and appreciate the fact that we are moving forward with this. But I also want to say as well that, moving forward with all of our facilities, that we also need to be looking at the land and the properties that the city owns to be able to build our own buildings. So with that being said, I approve of this project, and I'm looking forward to seeing how it's going to look and how it's going to fit into how we do business with the city, and also that it looks good coming off of I-95.
Thank you. Mr. McCoy.
I'm sorry. Am I being asked a question?
Yes. Yeah. No, I thought you had your hand. Did you not have your hand raised earlier? No, I'm just so used to calling on you and looking for you to have an opinion. Did anybody else like Mr. Lawson? Mr. Lawson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Evans, I wanted to discuss just a few concerns that I had with the project, because I've been adamant since we got into office with buying, building, developing, and just beautifying our community. I think it's going to be a beautification for our community by actually building something on this corner that's been vacant for so long. My concerns and my hesitation is that we're going to be taking between $50,000 and $60,000 annually off of our tax roll by actually purchasing this lot and then building a public works building or a fire station there. The second concern is that, like Councilwoman Lanier stated, we do have a lot of land throughout the community, but we don't have any of this prime real estate that's on some of those main corridors. So, and then the last point is to the current state of affairs of what we're experiencing right now. With this COVID crisis, this pandemic that no one has ever experienced in their lifetime, it's a concern that I foresee with my profession, a recession coming in a community that's going to be devastated by what's going to happen over the next 1 to 2 years. So with that stated, I don't foresee any major companies, corporations, businesses, restaurants, anything coming to that corridor in the near future, just because it's going to be limited in regards to social distancing, in regards to space, opportunity, office space. So I think it is definitely a good buy. My issue with the purchase price is it's reflective upon a parcel of land and a 15,000 square foot building, which is essentially obsolete to us because we'll be going onto land and tearing it down and then rebuilding. So the two questions I have are, what is going to be the cost or estimated cost to build this big house, as we call it, for this parcel? And then in addition to that, can we put together an idea and a proposal for eliminating Station 89 on military and utilizing this big house as the one station to represent military and Station 88 by simply, I think I spoke to Chief Curd in a meeting, by simply placing ambulance, paramedics, and other of the first responders throughout the community on that west side, that I know it's going to extend the time of travel by about 1.5 minutes. Is that what I think Chief Curd said in our facilities meeting? So if we can implement that, eliminating some cost, eliminating 88s, selling the land over at 87, I believe that's in front of Barracuda Bay, and then bringing some more resources back to the city, possibly looking at, we talked about Barracuda Bay, possibly visiting that idea and selling that entire parcel and maybe working on a P3 project or partnering with someone. Because with our new facilities, we have the option of actually building a similar project to Barracuda Bay that is actually costing us money and make something more cost effective. So I would be definitely in support of this if we could provide some revenue to offset the 50,000 to 60,000 we lose from the tax roll, eliminating some additional overhead like that's on military, and being very cautious with our spending, because I do know that if this market does crash, they may be inclined to that $2 million offer that Councilman McCoy stated. So, but I do see that it is an amazing buy, because even in the recession, it was still selling at 2.8. I think in the down market, it was around $3 million. So you're getting it at a very good price, but I want to make sure we address all the financial aspects attached to the property.
And Councilman Lawson, your point is well taken. When we did look at properties, we did identify this because of its location, its prominency, and its ideal location to be able to effectuate fire response and emergency response in our community. To your point with regards to the Station 89 on military, this station is going to be built to be able to accommodate in the event that the VA says we're not going to enter into a extension with the lease agreement. This station can effectively accommodate that fire company and that ambulance company to come over there and provide service. In the event that we had to ever shut down Station 87 at City Hall because of whatever issue, this station can accommodate that. One of the things that we have spoken at the staff level is we would like to have community discussions with regards to what fire service will look like off of that military trail, because I can tell you, and the chief will agree, is one of the most contentious items you could ever do is put a fire station in or take a fire station out. And so we do want to have those conversations, but also as we see development that's happening, Arbor Park, and even the development that is contemplated over by the Rapids, to see if, as part of the agreement, if there's a tract of land that can be provided to us from the developers to be able to look at a long-term solution for how fire services will be provided. But nothing is off the table, and we are looking at it holistically. So if once this station is up, in the event that the lease is no longer provided for in military, we can move our units in there. There wouldn't be a bump in the road. Response times would be a little bit longer. However, we wouldn't have to search around for places to go ahead and put our staff on. We do believe, though, when you look at relocating Station 88 and you look at Barracuda Bay, one of the things that we will be having discussions with the board at your workshop this weekend is consolidating Barracuda Bay into a recreational facility, so it's all encompassed as opposed to a one standalone facility. And we have some examples of other communities to do that. And so if we relocate Barracuda Bay and Station 8, now you have a great corner there that can facilitate a P3 arrangement or mixed use development that creates some synergy, as well as, you know, we're always keeping our eyes on what the federal government's going to do with the post office as well, because that's another parcel of interest. So we're looking at everything holistically, but think that this is probably the one opportunity we have to really control that corner, because I think a lot of us do not want some of the repurposing we have seen of some of the Walgreens throughout the community to occur there. And I know I've had some conversations with Councilperson Miller Anderson about what is going to go on that corner and what type of businesses, because there's a lot of businesses that are a costume store comes in there and occupies it or something else. And this is really, I think, a staple facility that we can have in the city, as well as making the improvements on that intersection that I believe all the council members have expressed some concerns about, the pedestrian concerns that we have on that intersection. And having a fire station there, we can easily push back on DOT and then the county to help us make some improvements to make that intersection a lot safer and be able to accommodate what we're trying to accomplish. So as we have the discussions, Councilman, we certainly are looking at all different ways to accommodate and address the concerns that you have. And then we know we only have limited time as it relates to the Station 88, the temporary station on the public safety site, because that is borrowed time. And so one of the challenges, and the chief has provided email correspondence, and I've shared that with you, those confined spaces just don't work in a COVID era at this particular moment and moving into the future.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. I'm sorry, Madam Chair, follow up to my question.
Go ahead, yeah.
I'm definitely adamant about us getting this and moving forward and quickly with it. It's just offsetting some of the revenue that we would be losing based on taking off the tax roll. What is the lease agreement's annual amount for Station 89?
There is no cost to the lease agreement. That was part of the original VA construction. And I think at one time it greatly benefited them to have a fire department on their property. The building was built for us. There is no cost to the lease agreement. We're just required to maintain and upkeep the building. There's about 6 to 7 years left on that lease agreement, and Ms. Pimsl's working diligently. We might even have to work through Mr. Hastings or somebody up in higher up in government to really get the VA to give us an answer. However, it's so far out in the future, nobody really wants to make a decision on what they're going to do with that property 7 years from now.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
definitely.
Anything else, Mr. Lawson?
Yes, Madam Chair. I definitely, Mr. Evans, would love to see us move forward with this project, because I think that just renovation and then your idea of doing something with 88 Barracuda Bay and that corner station is just going to revitalize Broadway, like we discussed, trying to make this corridor entering into the city beautified and having the buildings that actually represent this beautiful city. So I'm definitely in support of it and just moving forward just to offset some of the revenue we're going to lose.
Yeah. And Councilman Lawson, to your point, if we're able to effectively relocate Barracuda Bay on one of our recreational sites, you're talking about a 2-acre tract of land that is highly desirable for redevelopment of the downtown core.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Evans. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Lanier.
I just wanted to say that, of course, with it being the fire department, it is a issue of health and safety at this point, to be able to make sure that we are responsive to the needs of the residents here in the city. And I also wanted to make the point that, to Mr. Lawson's point as well, that, looking at this land that the city owns, there is property that the Housing Authority wanted, there's property that other entities wanted from the city that belongs to the city. And as we're moving forward with facilities and looking at this whole idea of facilities, because as we know, the facilities that we currently occupy have not been serving us well. We know that they have not, in all honesty, have not been maintained and basically are, falling apart. So I really want it to be a situation where this particular fire department or fire station is going to be indicative of how we move forward with all of our new facilities in terms of building them. But I definitely want to look at, and to Mr. Lawson's point, to look at these properties that that we're buying, but also have city-owned property that we can also use to do some of this business with. So I just really want to move forward with this, given that, as I said before, it is an issue of health and safety at this point.
Thank you. Anything else? I want to take then a brief moment to thank Chief Kurd and the firefighters who addressed and a slightly off topic, who addressed the fire this evening at the Reaches. I understand they did an excellent job, and I really appreciate the rapidity with which they responded and the great work they did. So thank you. I'm very supportive of this project. I think you're getting a great price on this land. I agree completely with what Mr. Lawson and others have said, that we need to be sure that we're making use of the land that we now have and repurposing it and doing some development. So if there are no other comments, then are we ready to call the question? Madam Clerk?
Councilperson McCoy?
Yes.
Councilperson Miller Anderson?
Yes.
Councilperson Lanier?
Yes.
Pro Tem Lawson?
Yes.
Chair Botel?
Yes.
Unanimous vote.
Item number 9.
Resolution number 61-20, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Riviera Beach, Palm Beach County, Florida, authorizing the mayor and city clerk to execute an agreement for services between the City of Riviera Beach and Angelia Gamble to provide legal support services in the area of litigation and claims compensation. Compensation shall be at an hourly rate of pay and shall not to exceed a total amount of $50,000 for 1 year, with the option to extend the agreement an additional 12 months. The same to be paid from the professional service other account number 101-16001-531-000 and provide an effective date. Madam Chair, the acceptance of public comments on this item is now closed.
Thank you. Would a member care to make a motion to? Thank you.
Second.
Thank you. Are there any public comments on this topic?
No, Madam Chair and members of the council.
Thank you. Mr. Evans, who's making this presentation?
Madam Chair, this is a presentation by the city attorney.
Thank you. Gwen?
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of council, Mayor Felder. This resolution requests authorization to enter into a personal services agreement with Ms. Gamble not to exceed $50,000. The city attorney's office is not asking for additional funding to be added to its budget. This is a budgeted expense. It's already in our budget. The total budget for the department is $865,000, and we've only spent $738,000. And that means that we're coming to the end of this budget year well under budget. The minimum salary for a legal staff assistant position, not including benefits, is $44,150. Our previous legal staff assistant was close to $56,000 after 16 years with the city. And the paralegal position alone starts at $51,955. Both of those positions have been vacant since I've been with the city, so at least for a year and a half. The legal department has faced significant challenges, staffing challenges over the last 2 years. We are budgeted for 4 full-time attorneys, including myself. And it was only in March that we added the 3rd attorney. Again, we're also budgeted for a full-time legal staff assistant and a paralegal. In the next upcoming budget, we have agreed to transfer out the 4th attorney position in order to help with any budget shortfall issues. I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Busby now just to let her talk about the staffing issues that the office has experienced prior to my coming to the office.
Madam Chair, I want to stop.
Before you start, Mr. McCoy has a question. Mr. McCoy, go ahead.
Ms. Nguyen, that was something I had not heard of. What does that mean, you agreed to transfer out? Can you provide some additional information on what that means?
There are 4 attorneys budgeted for the legal department, and we currently have 3 attorneys, as you all know, and we have agreed to forego the 4th attorney. We will keep half of that salary. I think the salary budgeted for that was $100,000. We'll keep $50,000 for contractual services and transfer the other $50,000 into, I believe, the general fund, Mr. Evans.
Yes, what the city attorney is offered up as part of our budget discussion is to effectively unfund a position and transfer a portion of the monies that would be allocated for that position into professional services, and then to effectively reduce their budget by at least $50,000, not to include probably the benefits and other ancillary perks that are provided to the employees. But that's something that would be experienced in fiscal year 2021. However, in fiscal year 2020, the city attorney has not filled that position. So we've been carrying the vacancy with the monies to be utilized for any type of expenditures that the city attorney may need to accomplish the items that are in her office as far as the professional services agreement with Ms. Gamble.
Thank you, Mr. Evans.
Thank you.
Ms. Nguyen, Ms. Busby.
Good evening, Chair. Good evening, members of the City Council and Mayor Felder. I just wanted to describe to you what was going on in the office that that explains the staffing challenges. At the end of 2019, the legal department, we had a full-time legal staff assistant who had been with us for about 16 years, and she abruptly had to leave, and she took FMLA during that time and did not return to work. Shortly thereafter, the department lost its paralegal, and as you know, this was during a great time of transition where Ms. Nguyen was coming into the office. And during the time, the department had to use the temp agency just for the essential duties of that legal staff assistant. And thankfully, Ms. Nguyen recruited Ms. Gamble from the county out of retirement. She had retired with over 30 years of experience, specializing in litigation and claims. When she left the county, her salary was close to $80,000. She came into the office with no required training necessary. She successfully has been working to transition our office purely to an electronic legal office. So I think that that deserves a great amount of credit, particularly because she has reduced other expenses within the office by going purely electronic. You know, paper expenses, printer, postage, and all of these kind of antiquated expenses that legal offices used to have, we're pretty much moving away from. In addition, the department has used Ms. Gamble. Well, initially we used her as a full-time temporary employee. However, in November, she transitioned to an independent contractor on a limited hourly basis. You know, we were doing that kind of because we were expecting that we would have filled the 2 positions. So we were trying to move away from our reliance on her. However, following the local state of emergency, the city manager did release temporary employees, and the legal department was forced to rely more heavily on her services. Given the state of the uncertainty with the state of emergency, and all department personnel within the legal department are rotating our physical presence in the office, Ms. Gamble's legal support services with the litigation and claims files have become critical to the successful functioning of our legal office. Lawsuits continue to be filed. We still have to respond to those lawsuits, and deadlines exist and can be quite aggressive during this time period. So the city attorney's office is still working as hard as it's ever been, and we're committed to providing the best legal representation for the residents of the city and the city.
Thank you, Ms. Busby.
Thank you.
Okay, I was going to conclude, but I see Mr. McCoy has his hand up.
Madam Attorney, are you recognizing me in absence of the chairperson?
No, I was giving the chair a heads up because she stepped away from her camera. Your mic is off, Madam Chair.
Sorry, I get my printer. Mr. McCoy, did you have your hand raised?
Yes, Madam Chair. Ms. Nguyen, I wanted to ask those questions. You went through it pretty quickly. What was the budgeted amount for your department? Did you say 870?
The budget amount was $865.
And obviously, perhaps Mr. Evans and Ms. Wynn, this was going to be carried forward to the next year, given that we maintained the millage rate. And you're saying you're going down to 815?
Yeah, we're reducing it by $50,000. Yes.
Okay. So
thus far, I mean, we haven't looked at any other cuts, and that's a possibility as well. And then, remember, if we're carrying over, we haven't filled those two positions. So those two positions that money will roll over as well.
Does it
into the
actually roll over? It doesn't roll over. But
it's swept. I think it's swept, right? Is that the correct term? It's being swept?
Well, we're going to be we're rebudgeting those particular positions back into the city attorney's budget. However, though, just in the spirit of full disclosure, you are going to see an increase in the city attorney's budget because we found legal monies that were in another department that we pulled over to the city attorney's budget. So just for clarity's sake.
Mr. McCoy.
Okay, so thank you for clarifying that. Let me get back to my point. And I really appreciate the work that they've been doing over there. But there's two things that I want to say, and I brought this up last year around budget time. I think it's very admirable and noble to say that we're going to give $50K back into general funds to be reallocated. But I really had this concern, Mr. Evans, and I think I shared this with you last year at least, that obviously there are two contractual employees with the city of Riviera Beach that reports to the city council, the attorney, and also the manager. And, uniquely, the manager kind of oversees everything and controls the budget. But Mr. Evans, is there a way that we can kind of create an autonomy when it comes to a budget that portion is strictly done by city council? And the reason that I'm suggesting that, because I really had some concerns with how the classification of certain positions within that department is done by human resources when they have no specific dealings or experience or even warehouse with how those departments or even the legal department works and what's required of it. Obviously, Ms. Wynn has the ability to recruit and hire whom she thinks is appropriate for that office, but I would like to at least give them the opportunity going forward, in looking at the new fiscal year, how we can, perhaps I would venture to say keep the 50K and maintain it at 865 or 870 and allow that department directly to control her own budget as far as the classification and the employee's salary and that sort of thing, similar to the autonomy that you have in your almost 20 departments.
Yeah. Ms. Wynn and I have worked very well with regards to that. And she does have, in fact, that autonomy with regards to, bringing people on board, selecting what appropriate compensation is, those types of things. So when the city attorney's office asks for, we want to bring somebody in above market, we in administration comply with that request because we work in the confines of the budget, but I want to make sure that they have all the resources that the city attorney has. And we've even had the conversation that when, there's discussions with HR, I said, well, here's the recourse. If the city attorney doesn't agree, she has the same opportunities I have to go to the board and ask the board for that resource. So, staff knows that, it is its own independent style operation, and we do everything in our power to facilitate the city attorney's office.
Yes, Mr. McCoy.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. And I appreciate you giving that example of human resources. And I'm saying this because I don't ever want to ever have to deal with this from any other department within the city. Obviously, Ms. Wynn reports to the board as well as the manager. And I'm sorry, let me clarify that. The city attorney reports to the board as well as the city manager. And I would just want to give her the latitude and not have to, in 7 months, deal with some department coming with some creative method to try to, fulfill some sort of vacancies through this method. And obviously we know the value of Ms. Gamble. But I certainly wanted to make sure that there was not going to be an opportunity to have to revisit this across some other department, which would kind of create a bad precedent. But obviously, Ms. Nguyen, in just the fashion that she reports to this body, would necessitate this need. So that's the only reason I asked that question. I did want to ask one question of the agreement, Ms. Nguyen, if that's okay. There was a section in there, section 19, that deals with public records.
Yes.
Is this something that you guys worked on jointly, or is this general, I guess it's just general information about public records? And
It's standard contract language. It's in all of our city contracts. It's required by Florida statute.
okay, so generally she has to comply with the provisions of Chapter 119 when it comes to public records?
She does. However, as you know, there are certain things, documents in the city attorney's office that are not public records. So if someone were to come to the city attorney's office and ask for a specific document, she would run that by either me or Ms. Busby or Ms. Mutomba first, in that order.
All right, good enough. Thank you.
Thank you. And I would also like to state that I thank Mr. Evans so much for all of his support of the legal department. He and I, as I've said before, work very well together, and we support each other because both of us just want what's best for the city. And I think that's evident to you all in looking at our working together. So if there are no other questions, I see Mr. Lawson.
Mr. Lawson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm actually in agreement for once with Councilman McCoy about keeping that budget at the level that it is right now. I do know that with the millage rate, our budget is going to be, our revenue is going to actually increase because the values are going up. But if we can keep it at that point that you were at, Ms. Nguyen, because I'm very pleased with the staff that you have. Ms. Busby's been here for years, and then Ms. Mutombo, and then just being able to bring in this new attorney that has such amazing accolades to our city. We want to continue to do that. So you and Mr. Evans are doing a great job with that, working together and bringing in the right staff for our city. So I just want to thank you for that and be in support of this.
Thank you.
Ms. Lanier.
With the item as being presented, I think that the city manager and the finance director recommends the budget. And I think that the way it stands is the way that I will vote.
Anyone else before are we ready for the question then? Madam Clerk.
Councilperson McCoy,
Yes.
Councilperson Miller Anderson,
Yes.
Councilperson Lanier,
Yes.
Pro Tem Lawson,
Yes.
Chair Hotel,
Yes.
unanimous vote.
Thank you.
Thank you. Number 10.
Resolution number 62, resolution of the City Council of the City of Riviera Beach, Palm Beach County, Florida, authorizing the mayor to execute a treasury management master agreement with SunTrust Bank, Truist Bank, to provide banking and depository services for the city for a period of 3 years, commencing October 1st, 2020 until September 30th, 2023, with up to 2 annual renewals at the city's option, authorizing the city manager and the director of finance and administrative services to execute all banking documents necessary to carry out the provision of banking and depository services, and authorizing the city manager and the director of finance and administrative services to negotiate additional services as the city manager may deem appropriate and necessary at reasonable cost, and providing for an effective date. Madam Chair, members of the council, the acceptance of public comments at this time is now closed.
Thank you. Would a member care to make a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Are there any public comment cards, Ms. Anthony?
No, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Evans, is Mr. Sherman making this presentation?
Yes, Madam Chair. If I can have our Finance Director, Mr. Randy Sherman, make this presentation.
Good evening again, Mayor, City Council members. This item is requesting to enter into a treasury management master services agreement with Truist Bank. Truist Bank is the merger and resultant merger of SunTrust and BB&T. Our current provider of banking services is TD Bank. They were awarded the bid back in 2016. And coincidentally enough, they beat out BB&T in that RFP process. And now BB&T, in conjunction with SunTrust, has now been rated higher than the TD Bank proposal. The good news on this, our current fees under TD Bank are about $70,000 a year. Under this proposal, which was the lowest proposal of the three we received, the banking fees will actually go down to about $53,000 a year. Additionally, Truist Bank offered the highest earnings credit rate, which is the rate that the city earns for our investments with the bank. And again, the net savings for the city will be roughly about $30,000 as compared to the second proposal. I would add, not that this was necessarily a consideration during the RFP selection process. As you know, BB&T has always been there for the CRA. They've provided funding when the CRA needed money from the Marina District. And as you know, the CRA is out looking to refinance that debt and get some additional new money. And again, Truist Bank was the only proposer to their RFP. So again, we would recommend that we enter into this agreement with Truist Bank for the next 3 years. And I'll take any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Mr. McCoy. You're muted. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Sherman, you spoke briefly to suggest that the return, or I guess the interest that we earn, is more going with Truist Bank. What's that rate, or what's that amount? Because I didn't see that. And I guess, can I throw a few questions at you?
Sure.
I was looking in the backup and I didn't see this, but I certainly trust that it was 70,000 being reduced to 53,000, but I didn't see any other proposals. And I just so happened to bank with TD Bank. And I'm only saying this because while I understand the RFP may lay out what we're looking for as a city, was there consideration of the convenience of TD Bank compared to BB&T? Not just for the city operations, but the people that we serve as vendors and also our employees.
In answer to your first question, the earnings credit rate that Truist offered is 1.15%. The interest rate that was offered by the other two proposers was 1%. So again, they were 15% higher on that earnings credit rate. Now, we typically keep between $10 and $15 million in the bank on a daily basis. So that 0.15 is considerable amount of money to the city. Part of the RFP process, and one of the questions, is the services that they do provide to our employees. A lot of employees, when we went to TD Bank, and I will say that I bank at TD Bank as well, were disappointed that they, were losing the employee programs that BB&T offered at the time. They really liked the programs that they had developed for the employees. TD Bank does offer programs, but the employees did prefer what BB&T offered. So again, as we convert over, employees can clearly stay with TD Bank. They can move to whichever bank, again, that they choose. But BB&T and SunTrust will be offering programs to the employees. One thing that we did like about, and again, I did not sit on the committee, but one thing the committee did like about the Truist is, again, the BB&T location right on Broadway versus over on Congress. They actually thought that that was a better suited situation. I will tell you that in 2016, One of the things that really worked against BB&T as compared to TD Bank, TD Bank was more geared towards small dollar, large volume transactions, which is what the city really operates in. And BB&T kind of struggled in that area a little. I think now that they've partnered up with SunTrust, who again is bringing that experience to the table, I think again that'll assist us with our business transactions going forward. I don't know if that answered your question or not, but
yeah, thank you, sir.
Anything else, Mr. McCoy?
That's it for now. I will wait on my second opportunity if the question.
Thank you. Anyone else have a question for Mr. Sherman? I think your second opportunity has arisen, Mr. McCoy. Mr. McCoy?
I'm good. I'm sorry,
Oh.
I'm good. I have nothing else. I was waiting for another member to offer. But, Mr. Sherman, can we get them to open the drive-through and even open their lobby, because TD Bank hasn't skipped a beat in COVID-19. Well, that wasn't me, but
wasn't me.
Yeah, that's my only concern, and I understand that this is a decision that we have to make based on the RFP, and I support it. Actually, let me ask this question though: was there any options afforded to TD Bank in their contract, or was it just a 3-year contract?
TD Bank did have a 3+2 ones. We are actually in the process of entering into the second 1-year extension, which we will do as well. Tell you, a transition of banks can take up to a year. If you think of the tail that's out there on our receivables, EMS billings, lockbox, there's a lot of transitions. We have to contact federal government, state government, get all those accounts and wires and everything transitioned. So yes, they will be still in place for their 5th year as well.
Last question. Thank you for bringing up that lockbox. Does BB&T have somewhere local? Obviously, Riviera Beach is a stretch, but I don't want to send money outside of the relative area to process payments for utilities or anything like that.
Yeah, it actually is in Orlando. That's where they operate out of. But what I will say is, with our new billing system and going to more electronic payments versus the lockbox, that's our hope, is really to eliminate a lot of that because it's an expensive process for us. But that's where their lockbox is located.
I remember, Mr. Sherman, that was brought up, and that just makes so much sense. I mean, we have to really manage how our dollars are spent. And I mean, when that came up years ago, I just said it makes perfect sense to, and I'm probably one of those persons that sometimes just have to put a stamp just to make sure that I'm remitting my payment. But I just don't like the fact that we have to send money outside of the city. But, I guess obviously at 13,000, well, actually a little more than that, was that, $17,000 difference in the annual fee plus additionals earnings on interest, then, so be it. But that's something that I think as a city, and I think all of the members we really would like to keep our money here locally if at all possible. So I still support it, and I appreciate the work you've done on it.
Thank you, Mr. McCoy. Ms. Lanier?
No, I was just going to say.
Just turn your mic on. Ms. Lawson and Mr. Lawson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Sherman, I've seen in other municipalities, most recently, I'd say, I think Atlanta, they were able to negotiate for residents small business loans, lines of credits, and beneficial opportunities for them to invest and to actually garnish funds. I see that the employees are going to have a lot of advantages when it comes to checking accounts, credit services, financial solutions. But is there anything being passed over to the residents as well with us banking there?
They do have, under the Community Redevelopment Act, that they have to invest in the communities where they operate. So once we get them engaged in that discussion, get them under contract and start engaging them in the programs that we have, we will work our best to see what we can get.
And I think we lose our bargaining chip with getting them under contract and then starting negotiations for having these discussions. Because if we get them under contract and then decide to start talking about community redevelopment and incentives for our residents, they're not going to be as inclined to offer as much as we would like to see with a contract signed. So prior to signing this contract, is this something that we can actually get some additional information on moving forward with some additional benefits for our residents and even a little bit more in depth for employees? Because based upon this proposal I'm looking at, it's really just kind of a simple opportunity for checking accounts, savings accounts, and a vague response in regards to financial goals, where I know TD was amazing with small businesses and small business lending and support for small businesses. So I really want to see some opportunities to use our revenue that they're going to be making off of the income from the city to impact the community in a deeper fashion.
Well, they already do operate here, so they already do invest. I can pull those CRA reports, get some background on that.
Yeah, because this dollar amount that we're going to be transitioning over to SunTrust or Truist is going to be substantial for their bank. And as Councilman McCoy said, I understand them operating out of Orlando, but I really want every dollar spent to impact and benefit all of our residents in this community.
Thank you, Mr. Lawson. I was going to raise that issue because we know that Mr. Evans has on a number of occasions raised the issue of the potential for working with the bank to offer mortgages and improvement loans for our citizens because of the dollar value of our business. So, and I agree that it's much more effective if we can do that prior to signing any contract with them, because now is the time we have the leverage. So I'm sure that Mr. Sherman and Mr. Evans will take a good hard look at that. Anyone else before we ask for a vote?
I just want to quickly say, that if it wasn't a part of the RFP, we kind of lost a little leverage at that point then. But if we can move forward with these type of ideas, certainly we can make sure that the next time we go out to bid it, this is the part of the contract or part of the RFP itself.
All right, Mr. Miller Anderson, and then Mr. McCoy.
Thank you. Mr. Sherman, when we had the RFP before, when TD Bank got it, did we have that conversation then? Was it in their RFP to do these things that are being asked of now?
We asked for their CRA reports. That we do get the ability to find out what they are investing in. How many we can, and what it'll tell you is how many loans they have, how many mortgages they carry, and all those types of things within the community. When we did go to TD Bank, we did have the conversation with the rep at the meeting about commitment, which again, they're all happy to do as long as it's within their realm to do so. So if we bring programs to them, I think we'll get a positive response back. But I think as Councilperson Lanier mentioned that, it's kind of tough. Wasn't in the RFP to negotiate anything like that. But again, we'll have that open conversation with them.
Yeah, that's why I was asking if it was in the last RFP when I recall being there on the board when we did that, but I couldn't remember if that was in the RFP when we met before on the one when TD Bank. I know there was a little dispute between BB&T and TD Bank, but couldn't recall if we had it in the RFP for that. Okay.
Mr. McCoy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Councilwoman Miller Anderson, also Councilwoman Lanier. I think that's very important, but Ms. Wynn and Mr. Sherman, don't all of our contracts provide us the option to terminate, provided we give notice?
Oh, yeah.
And that's certainly not what I'm trying to suggest to leverage. And I know they may be probably tuning in, but I'm asking for an opportunity to have a seat at the table. Obviously, this is perhaps something that wasn't negotiated on, but going with BB&T, I think all of us as a body and individually have a commitment to supporting the initiatives in our community. I'm not asking for a sponsorship, but I'm asking for some consideration and preference when it comes to our employees and our residents here in the city. So certainly I would love to see if there's a opportunity, Mr. Evans, and our economic development director to build out some sort of program to kind of support some of those initiatives to some of the individuals that work within the cities. And perhaps that can come later down the line. And I would never suggest that we should do it pending the contract, but obviously we're coming to the table to work together. And I want to see that we can accomplish that because, obviously I didn't see any kind of backup as to all of the banks that had submitted provided in here. I was looking for a more local bank in terms of one having some roots here in South Florida, not a national chain. But in the event, I understand the economies of scale and what those larger banks have to offer, and I support where we're going. But certainly, I would love to have that conversation going forward, Mr. Evans, and also Finance Director, Mr. Sherman. So I support it as it's presented. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything else? Are we ready for the question? Oh, Mr. Lawson.
Yes, Madam Chair. So based upon what Councilwoman Lanier stated, that us going into or not having this presented in the RFP, we're not able to actually ask for any additional resources or benefits to the community because it was not outlined in the RFP. Okay, so then my request for Mr. Evans, moving forward with any RFP that we do put out, I would definitely want some type of community impact benefiting the residents, benefiting the disparities that we have in the community, and just making sure that we're utilizing our leverage of spending major dollars with these businesses to address the blight that we have in our community, the housing crisis, the food desert. I don't want us to spend any more money without addressing a lot of the concerns. That was Dr. Botel that time. Without addressing any of the concerns that our community is truly experiencing. So I want us to implement that prior to these RFPs going out, because I can't be in support of this if we're not able to have that seat at the table, like Councilman McCoy stated, with us spending millions of dollars with a bank that I know is going to profit on a monthly basis 8 to 10% revenue based upon how they invest. So I think it's a great opportunity for us to utilize the leverage of a city to get what we want. And that would be my request moving forward with future RFPs, addressing disparity, addressing food deserts, addressing housing crisis, and making sure it's impactful. This council does an amazing job with the community benefits that we receive from waste management, but essentially we would all throw it back in if they would provide better opportunities for the community when it came to jobs, when it comes to housing. I think that'd be a better opportunity. Like Councilwoman Lanier just did an amazing investment to a program that I've watched for years, but providing a housing, providing fresh fruits, I think is something we want to address further.
Mayor
Thank you,
Felder.
Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mayor Felder.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just to piggyback on Councilman McCoy, as we're looking to maybe put that in other RFPs, as he stated, we still have some type of leverage. We're not saying we want to go in and terminate a contract before it gets going, but I think that's our leverage point. As you say, we should be at the table and kind of giving some of our ideas of what we want this relationship to be about, and knowing that if they're not going to follow those ideas, we do have an option to terminate. So, until we get that written in our RFPs, we still have a little bit of leverage to be at the table.
Right. Thank you. Ms. Lanier.
I just wanted to quickly say that I did not say that, Councilman Lawson, I did not say that because we had passed, it wasn't any RFP that we should not consider this. What I said was that when we talk about community benefit, yes, it should be a part of our RFPs, regardless of it's the banking industry or anybody who wants to do business with our city. There should be a community benefits clause in it regardless. Second of all, I think that moving forward, because we are in negotiations, don't make it a part of negotiations, but consider a proposal for the bank to look at some of the programs and some of the proposals that we have for the city. It is not to say that they will not look at it. They have banks have foundation sides to them that they can fund some of the programs. So knowing that what we know now, we can move forward into asking them questions and asking them for things that now we do know. But moving forward, not just the banking, but any RFP that comes out of the city needs to include a community benefits clause, period.
Thank you. Anything else? Okay, Madam Clerk?
Councilperson McCoy,
Yes.
Councilperson Miller Anderson,
Yes.
Councilperson Lanier,
Yes.
Pro Tem Lawson,
No.
Chair Votel.
Yes.
That motion is approved with Councilperson Lawson dissenting.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Item 11.
Resolution number 6320, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Riviera Beach, Palm Beach County, Florida, authorizing the mayor and city clerk to execute a multi-year interlocal agreement between the City of Riviera Beach and the Board of County Commissioners, Palm Beach County, in the amount of $180,000 for the Youth Empowerment Program, authorizing the Director of Finance and Administrative Services to establish a budget for same and provide an effective date. Madam Chair, members of the council, the acceptance of public comments at this time is now closed.
Mr. McCoy? Thank you.
Moved.
Thank you.
Second.
Thank you. Are there any public comment cards, Ms. Anthony?
Madam Chair, we do not have any public comments on this
Thank
item.
you. Thank you. Mr. Evans?
Madam Chair, if I can have Mr. Sermons present this item.
Oh.
I mean, Ms. Grimsley, I'm
Mr.
sorry.
Grimsley, I was going to say,
Go for it, Mr. Sermons.
Yeah.
I'm
yeah.
always
He's
ready.
Like, he's like, what?
I'm always
Ms.
ready.
Grimsley, there you go.
Madam Chair, members of City Council and the Mayor. This is Valerie Grimsley, Youth Empowerment Director. What you have before you is a multi-year agreement between Palm Beach County Youth Services and the City of Riviera Beach Youth Empowerment Center to provide services, after school programming, education, life skills, skill building programs for youth 11 to 20 for the next 2 years. In that next 2 years, we'll receive $180,000 per year. The $100,000 will be used for after school programming, and the $80,000 will be used for our career internships, which you normally see our kids working within the city and around the city during the summer months. And that will occur for us over the next 2 years with the dollars that they're providing.
Thank you, Ms. Grimsley. Do we have any questions? Oh, I guess we're ready to ask the question to be called. Madam Clerk?
Councilperson McCoy,
Yes.
Councilperson Miller Anderson,
Yes.
Councilperson Lanier,
Yes.
Pro Tem Lawson,
Yes.
Chair Botel,
Yes.
unanimous vote.
Okay, discussion and deliberation, Madam Clerk?
Are in public places, discussion and deliberation.
Now, Mr. Sermons.
There you go.
By the way, I must say, Mr. Sermons, whoever did this very comprehensive art in public places chart really dug deep. It was excellent work. Okay.
I do have to brag on my staff. We have a great team here, and I was able to pull this information together using them, and I will definitely pass the word on. Just a moment as I get the screen set up here. right. I beg your pardon. I am trying to get it to show in presentation mode.
Go all the way to your left, all the way to your left, up to your top. And there's a little screen all the way up to the top, right? Yep, that's it.
Yep, it's showing in presentation mode, but not on the correct screen.
Did you try going to just slideshow from beginning?
Yes. Yes. Give me just.
Mr. Sermons, if you want to just leave it that way and click through the slides, we can see, I think it's large enough. Does anybody have a problem reading that the way it is?
No, that's fine, just like that.
I think it's fine. Just go ahead and click through the various slides. We'll be okay.
Right, and it's showing good on television, so it looks pretty good.
Yeah, it looks good on TV. It's fine.
All right, let's do it then.
No stress.
Good evening, Madam Chair and members of the council. I am before you today to present our department's research on the art in public places item. So City Council previously directed us to look into the feasibility and what it would look like to implement a successful art in public places program here in Riviera Beach. That research led us to look at several municipalities in the area and the county that have successful programs, to look at how their programs are structured, how they are facilitated, and different funding sources, so we can see what works and see what may work in our city. So that research led us to identify 4 main components of the art in public places programs. One was the program facilitator. 2 was having a art in public places master plan. The 3rd was an art advisory board. And the 4th was a reliable funding source, of course. So the first item, a master plan, similar to a comprehensive plan that we already have for the city, just identifying the long-term goals of the program, where certain installations would be placed, and what the main priorities of the program are. New public and private projects would be reviewed for consistency with this master plan, again, similar to a comprehensive plan that we already have. And without a master plan, this program may have unmet objectives and lack clear vision. The second component would be the board. An art advisory board commission generally consists of 7 volunteers appointed by city council, pretty standard there. An application would be required, and the terms would be 1 to 3 years. All meetings would be open to the general public, and meeting minutes would be required. A program facilitator. All of the programs we observe, for the most part, have a full-time staff member that administer the program. This implementation includes serving as executive secretary and technical advisor to the Arts and Public Places Board, applying for grants and other funding sources for the program. The staff person would also develop and have oversight of the Art and Public Places Master Plan, monitoring installations and their maintenance, monitoring the budgets and revenues for the program, as well as issuing and reviewing calls to artists when there are opportunities for installations to be designed and created. And then funding sources. Private and public sources have been used to fund these types of programs. Under private, 1% public art fee is often used in these programs. That fee is levied in lieu of that property owner or developer installing the art on their property or donating art to the city. And if they provide the art physically, it would have to be an equivalent value to 1% of their project's value. An art impact fee has also been used in some municipalities. Naming rights and sponsorships is also a method for funding that has been used, as well as grants and private donations. And then on the public side, typically initial seed funding is required to get the program off the ground. General fund contributions on the regular are also used to prop up these art funds in different municipalities. There are situations where the municipality created a partnership with the local CRA to combine those efforts or interests in seeing art spread around the city. And then a public art component of capital projects is often involved, whereas the city's goal is to be the example they want to see in the development community. So with city projects, making sure that at least 1% of the budget of those goes to a public art component, just like we would expect from the developers. And then approximate program costs. As always, the biggest ticket is the human capital involved. The program facilitator on the what we estimate as the lowest end would be probably $65,000 for salary and benefits total. Public meetings, quarterly meetings, we estimate would be the necessary regularity of those meetings, about $4,000. Advertising costs for newspaper ads, for public meetings, calls for artists and things of that nature, and then miscellaneous trainings, supplies, and travel that the administrator of this program may need or benefit from to administer the program. Estimated annual program costs $70,000 to $75,000 per year. And then potential revenues. So we looked a little more deeply at the 1% public art fee and what type of revenue that would generate. So what staff did was look at the past 12 months. So from July 13th of this year to July of 2019. And we looked at all of the projects that we had in Riviera Beach. I looked at the valuation of them, and we pretended that we charged a 1% fee for public art on those projects to see what types of revenues we could expect from that. And with that research, we found that if we took a look at all commercial projects valued greater than $50,000 for the past 12 months, that total net would be $59,123. However, that does include all projects that are classified as commercial. So anything from a new commercial building to a new sprinkler system in an existing commercial building. So if we break that down to be more specific on the types of projects we want to levy that fee on, we looked at commercial interior work only. That's commercial build outs, things of that nature, $27,950. Commercial with projects that are only new construction or existing building expansions, that would generate about $29,613 if we levied that 1% fee only on those exterior projects. And then we did have one CIP project that would have netted or required a $1,560 either fee or installation. And I'm sure if we were doing the project, we would do the installation ourselves. And this next slide has a table that shows just what 1% looks like based on project valuation. So again, looking at these same categories, a project valued at, on the first line here, $974,000. They pay, and this is a actual permit that we had over the past 12 months. They pay $21,000 in permit fees. That 1% additional art and public places fee would be $9,741. So that's what they would pay to contribute to the Art and Public Places Fund, or they would be required to install some art of a equivalent value on their property or donate art of equivalent value based on how most municipalities structure that fee requirement. So that's what the 1% would look like. Other options would be, again, general fund contributions from the city, partnering with other organizations such as the CRA, and as many municipalities do, mix of various sources to make that happen. And on this last slide, I will just leave you with some images of different art installations in public places. Again, staff is prepared to move forward with developing an ordinance or resolution related to this program. However, we would need to know the desire of council on how we would structure the revenues required for this program. And then a lot of the other details we could work out after that. And that includes my slide presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Sermons. Any questions from council? Mr. Lawson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sorry, Mr. Sermons, if you could stop sharing the screen.
Yes.
And while you're doing that, I just wanted to thank you very much for working on this project. Well, we brought this to the table and a few months ago, and we finally got a tangible idea of how we can incorporate this into our community. So thank you for getting it completed for us. I see a lot of the same locations as what Mr. Jackson had put on there on the initial proposal, and that's a great assertion that those were right on point with what we want to incorporate into the community. So thank you very much for bringing this to the city and to the council. Question, I have two questions now. Have we researched the estimated cost for a master plan?
For creating an art in public places master plan, no.
Okay. If we could get some updates on that, because I know that we're going to try to incorporate that into our budget. I know that that's probably going to be fairly expensive, and I want to keep the budget as limited as possible while getting this program off the ground. I still want us to make sure that we can incorporate not just the art, but the actual programming to assist with some of the kids in the community, young adults, and also do some possible training when it comes to the art arena, whether it's the murals, whether it's the programming, whether it's the sculptures, and just incorporate that into the idea of an educational piece. That's the programming. The next step would be beautification and ideas of different sculptures and outlines throughout the community. One of the ideas that I wanted to actually present is that we have the only intersection in the nation that actually has Barack Obama and MLK intersecting. I've been speaking with the port as the port rep to discuss beautification of that corridor for entry into the port. And I think that would be a good location for us to launch and to really expand our arts in public places by representing that location here in our city, by acknowledging our community, our leaders, our previous president and our civil rights leader, by showing support with the ports and also possibly commemorating these leaders from the community, or these leaders that have influenced so many people in this community, by some type of sculpture and making that as a destination and kind of kicking that off as a great incentive for the community. Lastly, Mr. Sherman, the impact to adding these additional fees to the developers. Once it was incorporated from these other communities, what impact did you see, or did these other communities have when it came to adding this additional 1% to 2% fee to their accounting? Did it reduce the amount of development within the community? Did it keep it pretty consistent, or did it not affect it at all? That'd be just something I'd want us to take a look at as well.
Okay. Yeah, we can definitely take a deeper look into the before and after development rates based on these programs.
Perfect, and thank you very much. I also want to just give credit to Mr. Jackson, who did a lot of this initial research on my legislative aid when we actually presented this program about 2 months ago, and your staff as well for bringing it together and putting it together, because I think this will be a great initiative for the community and to also assist with the beautification of the community. So thank you again, sir.
No problem.
Anyone else? Mr. McCoy and Ms. Lanier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Summers, appreciate the presentation. I actually kind of feeling bad because I couldn't see some of those numbers. And perhaps I need glasses at this point. But did I see correctly that there was numbers suggesting estimates of what that 1% will look like based on certain construction costs?
Correct. And those fees are based on the project valuation, not necessarily the permits they would have paid with them. But yes.
Okay, and this would be for new commercial construction only, correct?
That is the only categories that we looked at was commercial, but some of them were new building construction. Some of them were just interior build outs, just some interior remodels and things like that. Some commercial projects are things such as mechanical systems and sprinkler systems. So on the table, we broke out what the revenue would look like based on those different construction or permit categories. So again, if we only looked at just new construction when it comes to commercial, the revenue would be a lot less. And in that category only, we saw about $29,613 for that's only exterior commercial construction. And I think most of the time these programs are envisioned for those types of projects when you're doing something on the outside, a new building or significantly expanding an existing building, and those are typically when these fees are levied. However, over the 12-year period that we did the study, we had about 6 of those projects where it was exterior construction. The year previous to that, there was only 1 exterior construction permit in the city. So the revenue rates would fluctuate greatly based on just the type of development we have in a calendar or fiscal year in terms of the amount of revenue we get from them.
Thank you. Follow up.
Go ahead.
Okay. Thank you for that, Mr. Sermons, and I appreciate the concept. However, I have some reservations. Obviously, I'm going to go ahead and start at the top. The first thing is the suggestion of general funds. I just can't in good conscience ask taxpayers to pay for art in public places when, we had this conversation just this meeting to see if we can return dollars back to the taxpayer and not levy it through general funds. That just seems like that is more or less than an investment of taxpayer dollars into art that may or may not, really add any value to the city. We have, I think, already ever increasing needs for city services, and I'm still at this whole point of how 9 years later we almost tripled, and it's kind of really hard to point to where we've really improved as far as the efficiency and the type of services that we deliver to the citizens of Riviera Beach. My next concern is, how is this going to be reduced into any kind of legislative action, be it by ordinance or resolution? And I guess that's more or less probably one of the final questions that we should ask ourselves as a body, because I would not want this to be something that becomes a permanent situation for the city. I mean, we can be in a situation where we're collecting or levying a 1% tax that's now been codified in our ordinances, and we don't have any growth, and the money is just accumulating. Councilwoman Lanier brought up the very point tonight of how monies are being diverted into the city's disaster fund, and we don't get to control that because that's set by charter. And I don't know if I want to set something that has such a fiscal impact on development into an ordinance, because it'd be that much more difficult to undo it in the event that the economy changes. Speaking of economy changes, it seems like I think that's where we are right now. But in any event, a 1% tax I just can't support. We are in need of development in the city of Riviera Beach. And let's welcome development by not adding additional tax. I just don't understand how that's going to be enticing to any developer. I certainly support the idea of, reaching out to the CRA and dollars that have already been appropriated specifically for community redevelopment, perhaps there's an avenue there, but I just can't see or support any kind of initiative to add 1% tax to commercial development, because you know what that 1% tax equates to? That 1% tax is going to be now forwarded over to whatever that business does. Is going to trickle down to the residents that have to patronize that business. And I think it does a lot, and it adds a lot of value to the beautification. But at this point, I don't see, as a city in this current economy, that we should even commit to something of that. And then additionally, the idea that you suggested, Mr. Sermons, of perhaps any kind of interior upgrades, be it mechanical or electrical in nature, that we add a 1%. I mean, we have certain businesses that have to now conform to new provisions within the code for whatever reason. They perhaps passed the percentage threshold and they now need to comply. Now, if that's the case, because we already have a requirement that they were perhaps already grandfathered in being legally non-conforming, and some incident change where they now have to do some increases or improvements, on top of them doing that, we're going to also consider adding an additional 1% of that project cost back onto their bill to then divert it to art in public places. You know, I want to really support this, but it has to be some very fine tuning when it comes to this, because I want people to want to come here and not to fear here, because there's a way that we can pull a tax up and be able to add it to a bill. I mean, obviously there is a need, and let me tell you, I've seen some really great art projects, and I think you guys done a lot of work in the 12 years, but I don't see that we're in a situation, given where we're going economically as a community, to support something of adding an additional 1%, definitely not from general funds. And I'm very cautious about doing that about individuals that have existing businesses that just simply have to comply with the code, or someone that wants to perhaps expand. And I mean, what we're asking for is, you know, the businesses in Riviera Beach, I probably would venture to say, and don't quote me on this, at least 95% of them small businesses. So to ask for something like this, I think it has a lot of unintended consequences. So those are my concerns, some of my concerns, and I want to at least allow the conversation to go forward. But the very first absolute no for me is general funds. Are you back?
Thank you. I think Mr. Lawson and then Ms. Lanier. Mr. Lawson's been trying to reply.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for your response, Councilman McCoy. I want us to kind of take a look at what nationally has been beneficial for the residents in the community. If you look at the Wynwood Art District, if you look at Northwood, if you look at the Cultural District, the Arts District in New York, and even West Palm Beach, those are some of the things that have revitalized these communities, and they've instilled and beautified the community by allowing for arts to actually benefit. The 1% sales tax that you did address is actually the 1% investment into the community is actually going to attract businesses that see we're trying to beautify our community with the arts, with the murals, with the structures. So I think that actually is going to contradict what you said by deterring people, because it shows that we're actually going to instill a benefit of beautification to our community, and they're going to want to work with a city that actually is trying to beautify the corridor. Right now, nobody's running to the city to actually build and develop right now, but that's traditionally because of staffing issues, media turmoil that we've been considered, and we've done a great job to transforming that into changing the narrative. So with the leadership of our city manager and the staff that he's bringing in, the initiative that we're putting in place shows that we're actually going to beautify this community. One thing that you talked about is also a burden on the taxpayers that are going to actually trickle down from the businesses. The 1% sales tax on $1 million, on a $500,000 investment is not going to cause for a burden on these businesses that are developing, especially if we've beautified the corridors or even given them the option of beautification. So I really think that's actually be beneficial to the development versus actually impacting our taxpayers in a negative fashion. So essentially we're placing the burden on the businesses by letting them know we're beautifying our community, we're developing our community, and we're going to make it a destination for them. And it's also going to be an incentive for our residents, because now we're going to have individuals wanting to visit and travel to our city, comparable to how people talk about Wynwood, comparable how they talk about Northwood, and they travel to these locations because they beautified the area and that community. You also addressed the concern right here and now with the issue of COVID, with saving the money and the issues that we're going to have over the next 6 months, year, 2 years. But we have an initiative that we're trying to implement in a policy that's going to essentially take effect for the next 10, 20, 30 years and allow for us to develop our community and build and look outside the next 6 months to a year. We have discussions of $200, $300, $400 million of development that we're going to be doing as a city. So with that development and other business seeing this development, they're going to want to build next to our new fire station. They're going to want to build next to the new Wells development and City Hall complexes. They're going to want to build next to the marina and continue to branch off of that. And that's an incentive that we need to take care of and actually build out our corridors of Broadway and Blue Heron. So I want us to start living up to the idea of Riviera Beach 2030 versus looking at the next 6 months to 12 months, because we have to really address policy that's going to impact our community for the next 10, 20, and 30 years, so that our kids can be receive benefits of actually seeing development within our community. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Lanier.
I just wanted to say that when talking about art, you have to look at the fact that, art significantly contributes to the quality of life, period. That's just a known fact. When we're looking through these slides, I see that, it looks like a salary. I think that this program can be phased in. I think that we can look at half-cent and sales tax funding as a method of funding this project. I also see it as something that can be phased in, where we start with local artists. We start with, our libraries, our public spaces, our parks. What we have to do is that we have to move forward in terms of ensuring that not only are we bringing in new development, not only are we bringing in new buildings, but we are also beautifying our space. And I sincerely believe that art is something that contributes to a better way of life for people. People seeing nice things, they're seeing it clean, they're seeing it, people, when you look at art, you don't have this, what they consider to be a trash mentality, where you're just looking at trash on the side of the road, or you're looking at some space that is not, occupied by some type of beautification. And I think that we can move forward with it being, especially with it being a salary. It could be a contract position, but I also think there are other alternates that we can use as funding for this, and then also can move in phases.
Thank you. Anything else, Ms. Miller Anderson?
Thank you. I can certainly look at supporting this. I know this, we've done it over in the CRA, or at least trying to start it in the CRA. And so I'm looking forward to possibly doing it on this side. But I want to see how we're going to be working out some things during the budget time. So I would like to see how that plays out. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. McCoy, and then I.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have two things, Madam Chair. Indulge me, please. Councilwoman Lanier, and also Mr. Summers, are you suggesting there's a salary that's supposed to come or be derived from the 1%? Because I didn't think that that's what I understood, unless I'm wrong.
I saw that it says salary and benefits, so I'm assuming that it's a salary position.
Yes.
Yes, the primary cost of the program in our calculations in the slide that we did was from the salary of the program administrator, and various duties would be required to make sure this program operates well. And especially if we have funding sources such as grants and private donations, and we're putting out requests for proposals or requests for qualifications for artists and things like that, it quickly becomes a full-time job to administer this type of program. I'm sure it would be possible to potentially scale up, but we looked at the most successful programs in our area that do this, and they pretty much all use a full-time staff member for them.
Follow up.
Yes.
Okay, I'm sorry, I overlooked that point, but we have current staffing within development services. It would just seem to me, and obviously you and the manager have this decision to determine and make, but that should not create a new position within the city. Something that we're starting should not create a new position. Obviously, I mean, we still have, I mean, we're not even in the stages of training wheels, right? And that's, albeit if we even get to this point, I don't see that we need to have, you know, a whole lot of debate and discussion on creating a position because we don't even know that there is a demand that exists for it. That's the very first thing. So I will hope that that's not something that is going to be a deciding factor on whether we move forward or a deal breaker, especially when we're asking to roll back currently the current tax rate. Obviously, we're going into a fiscal year, so we're in the budget discussions. That's the first thing. But members, I certainly support it. I just don't think that it's a good idea to do it from dollars that we're going to do it based ad valorem dollars based on construction costs. Do you remember, Mr. Evans? We had this workshop when we had waste management here, early part of the year, and then we did have those dollars that we said we were going to do back. We were going to get those dollars that we were able to receive from penalties and that sort of thing from commercial businesses that violated, or Mr. Evans probably can add more to it, but that actually overloaded, and there was penalties and dollar values assessed by waste management, and those additional dollars that were set forth by resolution can come back to the city. I certainly don't have a problem with putting all of those dollars back into it to support this initiative, but I think we're doing a lot. We're doing a lot to demand that 1% of any kind of new commercial development or even improvements or significant improvements are going to go back into an art and public places project or program that's going to also generate enough money to support a salary and also to support any kind of art. But there are some other avenues. I just would like to see if we can be open enough to not exactly tie this to ad valorem of construction costs or the value of construction. I'm done, Madam Chair.
Mr. Evans.
Madam Chair, and one of the things I've seen other municipalities do is to establish the program that the city complies with. So as it relates to our construction projects and our initiatives, a portion of those dollars that are set aside for the project are saying, okay, we're going to do 0.5% of the total capital cost for public art. And so we're going to make improvements on those public spaces and the exterior of the building. And we end up leading by example as it relates to the design elements that we look to bring forward. So there is variations of the plan, and we can have those conversations as to what the board wishes to facilitate. But to Councilman McCoy's point, and if we're looking to effectively decrease that millage rate, we need to find a revenue stream that is outside of the general fund revenue stream to be able to accommodate any expenditures associated with it. And plus, you don't want to have a program that you're only putting in $40,000 or $50,000 a year, because are you really effectuating the real impact that you want to see occur? And so there's some things that, and I think Mr. Sherman communicated in his presentation, that the fee is in lieu of the developer saying that I'm not going to do anything to improve the aesthetics or the elements associated. So I'm going to pay in this account for you to go ahead and do those type of investment. But one of the things we can certainly look at is, your impact fees. And as you look for impact fees, it's a good amount. It's good timing for us to take a look at our impact fees, but there is, impact fees that can be levied that you say you can save up and then do community projects. Every park that we have, every piece of property we have, there's nothing that precludes us from the city to create those spaces that we speak of and lead by example from the city standpoint. And a lot of other governmental entities have started and said, okay, let us start with it and then rolling it out to the community. So just
Thank you, Mr.
something to
Evans.
consider.
Why don't we ask Mr. Sermons to come back to us at some future meeting with the outlines of a plan that would address the issues that Mr. McCoy has raised. You know, we don't want to discourage developers from coming by adding anything additional. However, if we could ask that any new development incorporate art, it would certainly behoove a new developer to take a look at their project and say, okay, rather than paying someone to the city, I'm going to incorporate public art into my project. I think if Mr. Sermons takes a look at that, we would have a better sense of how we could do this. And I support art in public places. As Ms. Lanier said, it's a quality of life issue. But along with Mr. McCoy, I certainly don't want to add anything to our budget that we can avoid adding. So I think if Mr. Sermons comes back to us, maybe with some recommendations about how we could accomplish this without adding too much overhead, I agree with Mr. McCoy. This is something that could probably, at least initially, as we phase it in, be dealt with by an existing employee in the Development Services Department. And then if it grows, and we would hope that it does grow, we can consider adding additional staff or a staff member when the time is right. But certainly not in the beginning when we're just starting. Mr. McCoy.
Thank you. Did you hear me?
I heard you, yes.
I don't want to give you too much credit. I want to say this out. I don't like for you to try to restate my position, but so I said it very softly. Thank you. And you got it right this time. Thank you.
Very good, thank you. I try. I try. Ms. Miller Anderson.
No, I was just putting up 3. I thought maybe that was his 3rd time speaking. Yeah.
Oh. Well, we're good. We're good, I think. Anything else? We don't need any motion or anything. So, Ms. Lanier.
And I just want to also say that, in other cities, developers do pay for these projects. So, that we do have some leeway in terms of how we can phase this in for our city.
Yeah. What I didn't see Palm Beach Gardens. Maybe I missed it. Did you take a look at Palm Beach Gardens?
Yes, they were on the table as well. That's on your attachment.
I'm sorry. I see it. Yeah, I see it. I'm reminded of the those big white tents that are, as you come across, you can see those things that were a little bit controversial. But I wonder, was that what's the name of that developer? Those two what are those two buildings with the white kind of what are they, like teepees on the top or something? I don't know. Yeah, I guess that's it. I wonder, is that something that the developer decided to do, or did the city? There are a lot of different ways to look at this. And I think that while you've given us some really good information about what other places do, I think it would be interesting to find out what the majority of art in public places projects get done because the developer incorporates them, or because the developer says, here, I don't want to be bothered, I'm paying you some money. It'd be interesting to know that.
Okay, I can add that to the list of things that we follow up on.
Anything else? Okay, thank you. Discussion, and that is the last, I believe.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Mr. McCoy.
Madam Chair, I didn't have my mic on and I couldn't get your attention fast enough. Mr. Evans, can we circle back? Have we started collecting money from that waste management? And if so, I want to see if that report comes back as far as the dollar amount when Mr. Simmons comes back for those fees and penalties that waste management is levying.
Yes, Councilman, we can look at that and get that revenue number and bring that back with the subsequent presentation. Yes, sir.
Thank you. Okay, my agenda has one more item, but I think it's been removed from the regular agenda. So we're up to discussion by city manager.
Madam Chair, members of the board, I just want to again thank you for allowing for me to make a year in the city of Riviera Beach. That was July 12th, so that's equivalent to like 5 years in other agencies, but it's been fun. Certainly looking forward to the next phase and the next chapter. There's a lot of great things that are on the horizon, and staff is working really hard to accomplish the collective goals of the board and to move things forward. And so I think when we get that fire station up and operational and we move forward with some of the other capital projects and you're going to see a significant improvement on the way in which we provide services. And I will give you a little bit of information that's been provided to me via the Community Values Survey. We had over 682 respondents, and 64% of the respondents said that in the next 3 to 5 years, they see the city of Riviera Beach better than it is today. And so there is a sentiment that people truly believe in the work that we are all doing, and that we've got a job to do. And I'm committed to making sure we move forward in that direction and have the facilities and the community that we all imagine for future generations, but doing so now. So we're excited about the future, and thank you so much for the opportunity to be with you all for a year. There is, obviously, this is certain times of the seasons that I didn't get to experience the last time. So it's been refreshing to go through that process. So thank you again. And I just wanted to say staff is excited, energetic, and we're looking forward to going through the budget process, but also moving forward some of the agenda items that you all have communicated to us. What are some of your priorities? That concludes my comments, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. A discussion by City Attorney?
No comments. Thank you.
Thank you. City Council committee reports?
Briefly,
yes, Mr. Mayor.
Briefly, I just wanted to say that we are having a food distribution tomorrow. I'm sorry, Friday at Wells from 9 to 11. We also will be having a testing for City of Riviera Beach residents on July 25th at Wells from 9 to 12. That is what the committee is working on. We're also working hard with getting the residents involved with the gardening program. We're also working with the CRA, with the reentry program, and with the program called Urban Farmers, where we're working to have men who are returning citizens and women to work with rehabbing houses in the city. In addition to that, with the Hope Dealers program, and all of those initiatives are coming under the Health and Human Services Committee.
Thank you. Mr. McCoy, committee reports.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, members, and also to the manager. Just to report on the Small and Medium Business Committee, I want to start and also end with the people that make it happen. Obviously, thank you, Mr. Evans, for finding those dollars to appropriate. I want to remind you, thank you, Mr. Sherman. Is he still here? He said it last week that the City of Riviera Beach COVID-19 business forgivable loan program is still going on, and we're still accepting applications. And I just got a report back today that there have been at least 30 applications that have been reviewed. Obviously, review don't necessarily equate to being issued. So this is definitely a work in progress, and I got to commend the assistant city manager, who I don't see on here, Ms. Deirdre Jacobs, for all her hard work, and also a really good supporter of this program, Ms. Leah Gaines and her organization, for all they're doing. But I want to also remind members, and also, members of the public, that this program is still going on and they're still accepting applications. There's a link on the city's homepage, and we're going to be looking to start disbursements, if not this week, then probably next week. So the program is there. So thank you so much, members, for making these dollars available for small and medium businesses, and also the manager, and also the Small and Medium Business Committee.
Thank you. Anyone else on committee reports? Councilwoman Miller Anderson and I attended the Government Affairs Committee of the Palm Beach North Chamber of Commerce on Friday. The guest speaker was Carol Jones Gilbert, who's the Palm Beach County Housing Authority Director. And she spoke about the number of tenant vouchers, public housing units, et cetera. I was most interested in something she called Section 3, which is where people can get training through the Housing Authority, and they are not necessarily, do not necessarily have to be Housing Authority residents. So we're going to be looking into that. The Chamber asked us to publicize the I Love Local project that they have going on. There will be a July 24th breakfast. That'll be a virtual breakfast for the chamber. And the only other thing I have about my tourism committee is that we're going to be working with I hope we're going to be working with Discover the Palm Beaches. We've had a presentation to the core group, Ms. Noel, Dr. Wibby, and myself and Mr. Brown, and we'll be presenting the Discover the Palm Beaches research arm to the larger committee. And that's a project where they will take a look at what people are coming to the city and where they're spending dollars in terms of tourism. And that's all I have for the committee reports. Anyone have note of Mr. Lawson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just want to kind of give an update on the two reports. Is the port. I've had conversations with the port in reference to their involvement with beautification of the entry to the port. And they are looking at their budget currently because a major contributor to their budget is the cruise line. And depending on if the cruise line is actually able to continue their business or to keep going and move forward, they're going to start to address that location on 13th Street and Barak, which I want us to really make as a staple, because I look at Miami Port and I just see how beautiful that pass through is with Miami and the port and the relationship they have. So I want us to continue to address the relationship with our current port so that we can really beautify our city, because that's a main entry there. In regards to my expedited permitting committee, that's going very well. We'll have a full presentation at the next meeting. We're currently addressing the virtual or online process of processing permits. We would love to make it 100% online, but just the education of the process of registering your permits online, it's going to take a little bit of time. So we're going to implement that program, and we're also addressing the comprehensive plan, which is going to really take a look at the development that's coming to the community, because the comp plan is normally recommended to be updated every 3 to 5 years. And it's been just about 10 years since we've addressed our comp plan. So those are two of the things that we're going to address in detail for a presentation at the next council meeting.
Thank you. Any other committee reports? Ms. Miller Anderson.
The Public Safety Committee has a meeting this week, and so out of that meeting, we should definitely be bringing an item towards the next meeting regarding the Civilian Oversight Committee.
Thank you. Any comments from, unless there are no other committee reports, statements from the mayor and city council, starting with the mayor?
Yeah, just a couple of things. Tomorrow, all of our seniors can pick up your yard signs from in front of City Hall. We're going to be there between 4 and 6. Come and get them. Thank you guys for not coming early to get them, and take a picture with the mayor tomorrow from 4 to 6. We'll be putting on my page and the city's page, the CDC Community Collaboration Council. Thank you, Mr. Evans, and your staff for just drawing that out for me. We will be putting it up online. You can fill out an application. We have a number on there that you can call if you have any information. Hopefully we can get that started next month. Mr. Evans, just a question for you. Mara Heights Streets, is that going to be in our next budget, upcoming budget?
Our capital projects, yes, sir. We're going to be talking about that with the board as to how we move forward.
Okay, so that's something we'll be talking about. And where are we with some of our city projects? Are we looking to involve minority participation with just some of the projects that the city has?
That is why we, yes, sir. That is why we've secured the services of Mr. Lee to help us facilitate how we can establish a program and then roll that into some of the capital projects that we look to move forward that facilitate minority participation in building a program that effectively can stand up in the event it is challenged. So that is a priority for us. Yes, sir.
Okay. And that, I'd like to give thanks to Jacoby Brissett and Elam Foundation. What a wonderful event they had last weekend, Friday and Saturday. Councilman McCoy, I think I heard you say you wasn't invited, but I did invite you to ride next to me last week. So I don't think, but it was a wonderful day. And like you said, for the police to come out and ride with us, great kudos out to those guys for putting that on. That's it for me.
Thank you, Mayor. It was a great event. Let's have, I'm starting at the top. Oh, Mr. McCoy, did you want to go next?
Yes,
Or do
Madam
you want to
Chair.
respond? Yes, go ahead.
I want to respond, and I also want to say my comments. And Madam Chair, let me tell you something. When you say starting at the top, that only appears on your screen. So
Oh, I
everybody
know, but
has a different screen.
But it's my only
I'm
way to
looking-
remember. It's my way to remember who's already spoken. Otherwise, by the time the last person goes, I may have forgotten, you know?
Okay. Well, I still ride. Thank you, Madam Chair. I still ride, Mayor. I just didn't know the logistics of the event, and I'm glad it worked out. I want to take this opportunity. You said seniors can pick up yard signs. I don't know if I heard you say what those yard signs are. What does that mean, Mr. Mayor?
Graduates, I'm sorry.
Well, senior graduates.
Oh my goodness! I thought you was. Oh gosh!
Not
Yeah,
senior citizens.
he's running for mayor, and he wants them to put his signs in their yards. Yeah.
No, when he said seniors, I assumed that we were doing something with our seniors
Older
that
people.
participated in some of our other programs. Okay, those signs. Okay, I'm sorry. That's all I have. I just wanted to comment on that. And there was one last thing, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for bringing that up. You know, I actually was going to talk to Mr. Evans today, but you know he abruptly hung up on me and decided that his phone was going dead. No, I'm just kidding. I'm sorry. I had an electrical emergency at my house and I had some repair people, so I couldn't finish the conversation. But one of those questions that I was going to ask the manager, I'm sorry, did I say the man? I was going to ask the manager was about Monroe Heights. And quite honestly, you know, I'm at this point where I would love to have this conversation offline to figure out what needs to happen, but we're talking about some very serious concerns. And I had someone just as recent as yesterday tell me about how difficult it is for them to traverse through West 26th Court. And, you know, members, and I'm just not speaking to my colleagues, but members of the public, it's not easy being elected because every day it seems like we're dealing with new issues. And I really appreciate, and I got to commend Mr. Evans on his 1 year mark. And now that you're the managing, you've got to kind of gotten in here and got set. I'm still looking for those records from September of 2017. So between you and Ms. Gamble over in the legal office, somebody should be able to come up with those. But it is really a lot that we have to deal with issues day in, day out. And I want to see also that we can address that concern of Monroe Heights, because that was what I wanted to talk to you about and it didn't happen, and we can take it offline. But in any event, thank you, Mr. Manager, for your 1 year, and we'll be revisiting that soon as a member of the board. But also, I would hope that we can also revisit Ms. Wynn in her term, because obviously the ever occurring emergencies with the city, we've kind of moved away from it. But obviously, I would hope that we can revisit both at the same time. So that's all I have, members, and thank you for indulging me.
Thank you, Mr. McCoy. I have to agree with you about 26th Court. It looks like something out of, I don't know, it's like a moonscape over there. It's.
All right, Madam Chair,
Yeah,
just say your comments. Don't beat up my district.
All right. No, but it does. I was over there the other day. It's just, I'm just agreeing with you. I'm agreeing with you. Okay. Oh, what is she telling me here? 10 minutes. Okay, we'll be quick. I'm starting at my view of the top, which is Ms. Miller Anderson.
Sure, try to cut my time off. Yeah, happened last time. I don't have a whole lot. I just want to say congratulations to Mr. Evans on his 1 year mark. You went further than you did the first time. Congratulations. I have a question for Ms. Anthony regarding the order of calling people for the vote. You know, we've had this conversation before. And so I would like to know, I know you do it at random, but from our discussions for many years now, it's been, you know, it kind of sets some people up to see who's going to vote and a whole number of issues. So are we able to rotate that like some kind of way so that we know that it's not certain people always being called first and second, i.e. me, second?
No, I'm always first.
All right, Mr. McCoy first. Yeah, I said me second. So I know you changed it up before. You said there was no specific way that you do it. And so I'm just asking that we can and have
Madam
a set
Chair.
way of mixing it up, not just willy-nilly.
Madam Chair, members of the board, I'll make this quick. I believe I provided a resolution to you all previously where it outlines the order in which I am to call the vote. And it states that it's to be called in the order of the district with the chair and the pro tem being called last. So as a result, when you hear me call Mr. McCoy first, that is because he's in District 1 and then you're 2 and Mr. Lanier is District 3. I will provide a resolution to you all so you all can review it, as well as the resolution that you were speaking of earlier when it deals with the amount of time that you all are to speak on an item.
Right. And so we started using that resolution when? Because it hasn't.
When I reviewed the resolution and saw what it outlined, that's when I started going by what it stated.
Okay, so can you send it to me? Because I want to change
it to everyone.
That's the case. Thank you.
Okay, you're welcome.
And I wanted to say,
No, go ahead. I'm sorry. I was going to suggest that we might need to take a vote to extend, but go ahead. Let's see how far we can get.
I want to thank Ms. Deidre Jacobs for a job well done over in the utility district. I didn't get a chance to do it earlier. So thank you so much, Ms. Jacobs. And just the last two things, I think I'd spoken to a couple of commissioners regarding a graduate video that we could possibly do. I think I did speak to a few of you. So I'm going to send you something tomorrow. This has nothing to do with agenda, people. So we're not sunshine violating here. So I'll send that to you. I didn't want to really put it out there what it is because I want it to be a surprise. So I'll send that information to you and see if we can get that done. And then the second thing is I know Mr. Lawson and Dr. Botel are in a challenge for the census with other cities, but I was thinking about maybe we can challenge each other. I spoke to Ms. Noel about this briefly the other day. We could possibly challenge each other within our districts. And so that's what I'm just throwing out there, and maybe we could both for people participating in the census by our commissioners being in a challenge with each other.
Okay, I would only agree to that if we structured it the same way or in a similar fashion that Mr. Lawson and I are involved with, which is to say that considering that Singer Island is the worst responded, I say put that out there, Singer Island people. I wouldn't want it to be, who has the most. I would want it to be the most improved. And then
percentage. No. It'll be based on percentage. Yeah, because it'll be by percentage. By number, because I think my district is actually the smallest district. So, and then as far as Mr. Lawson and Mayor, you all could split up the city. You could do half and half, and we can figure out which half you each will do.
Maybe we can rely on Mr. Evans to construct that challenge, because then it'll be fair, right? We'll ask him. Yeah, we'll ask him. Okay. Good.
So I just wanted to throw that out, and hopefully Ms. Noel and Mr. Evans can help us with that, and whatever the prize will be, bragging rights, who knows? I don't know.
Yeah,
something fun to do together. All right, that's it for me. You guys, we're before 10 o'clock. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we need, Madam Clerk, do we need a motion to extend for 10 minutes?
Move to extend indefinitely.
Okay. Can we
Second.
Second.
Madam Clerk?
Councilperson McCoy.
No. I only want to cut off Councilman Lawson. That's it.
I got a page of notes. We're going to hear this.
Councilperson Miller Anderson.
Yes.
Councilperson Lanier.
Yes.
Pro Tem Lawson.
Yes.
Chair Botel.
Yes.
That motion is approved with Councilperson McCoy dissenting.
Thank you. Councilman Lawson, please. Your list.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate you voting yes to extend the time. I truly appreciate that. Councilwoman Miller Anderson, it's very ironic you brought that up, and I appreciate you because I was actually going to present a challenge to my colleagues to request that we have a competition between districts 1 through 4 to offer the incentive of whoever has the highest percentage increase. I myself will donate to a nonprofit of your choice from our community benefits of $1,000 if we can have the highest increase. So because I don't have my own district or my own sector funds, I'm going to just support you guys to make sure that I'm not wearing another city's paraphernalia. And I really would love for you guys to participate in this. So Mr. Evans, if you could ask Ms. Noel or someone on staff-wise just to give the current numbers and send that out to all the council members so that we can see where we're starting at now. And I would say let's run this initiative to, we have to utilize our community benefits by, I believe, October is the deadline for community benefits. So let's run it to the last council meeting in September, or at least 2 weeks out before that September council meeting so that we can get it on the agenda. And that will be coming from my community benefits to whichever nonprofit the winner chooses. So
And if Councilman McCoy wins, will you wear a bow tie?
That's got to be thrown in the mix somehow.
I'll babysit Mason for a whole weekend, so that's my only. He can come hang out with me and the new puppy.
Mr. Lawson, question. So
yes, ma'am.
You're backing out of the challenge? You don't want to have to do anything other than give? It's easy to give.
Well, I mean, I'd rather just kind of, lean on you guys and kind of see you guys work a little harder and say, hey, I'm going to win this competition, and I could just watch from afar. So
well, he's in it because he and I want to be sure we win the county, the 10
I
city.
really don't want to wear West Palm Beach paraphernalia.
No.
But there is 6 of you, so you can assemble 2-people teams.
That's a good idea as well. I like that.
I don't want to be on the team with Lawson.
No, but then how would we? I mean, that we wouldn't be working in our own district.
Well, the way I was speaking about, we would have our own district, and
that's what I'm saying. Yeah,
Mr. Lawson and Felder would have half of the city, and the other would have the other half of the city. So it will essentially be 2 people on each of the teams. But Mr. Lawson,
So it'd be a 3-person team then. So myself, Councilman McCoy, and Councilwoman Miller Anderson against the mayor, Hotel, and Councilwoman Lanier.
No, each district oh, I did not say that.
I heard it.
Why don't we let Mr. Evans figure out the logistics?
Yeah, I'll send it in.
Yeah, Mayor Felder wants to weigh in.
Put respect on that name, Councilwoman.
All right. Let's see. Are we done with this topic, Mr. Lawson?
Yeah,
You must have more.
Yes, Madam Chair. Just two more statements. We actually are hosting a grad bash giveaway on July 25th. That's in lieu of the grad night that we were attempting to host, but because of the spike in numbers and us trying to continue to honor social distancing, we're going to do a drive-through for these young graduates. Mayor will probably, I'm going to look to see if we can have some flyers to promote to the graduates coming tomorrow. So I'm going to try to participate as well so we can make sure that they come. It's going to be a book bag giveaway. We want to do trunks, but just to keep the budget effective, we're doing gift bags, book bags filled with trinkets from the city, filled with COVID response kits, filled with things that they can utilize going off to college. And we're going to stuff those bags next week. I want to ask my council to come out and support giving these bags out. We're going to participate in social distancing. It's going to be from 4 to 6, and the kids are going to drive through with their parents. We're going to have a DJ there, and we'll give the bags out. So if my colleagues can come out to just help give the bags out, that'd be great, just to show the unity within our community. And the last, sorry, Madam Chair.
What day is that?
July 25th. It's a Saturday. It's 2 Saturdays. Yeah. The same day as Councilwoman's testing. Councilwoman Lanier's testing is that morning. The book bag giveaway is that afternoon. And the grad batch, I wanted to salute again Jacoby Brissett with the Indianapolis Colts and Abram Elam with the Elam Foundation. The bike ride was phenomenal. They truly showed an impact with these kids by giving away free bikes, riding through the community, and working with the officers. And it actually correlated well with the officers' new bike route. So I want to commend and congratulate them for a job well done. Last, I wanted to ask Mr. Evans if you could take a look at the Asheville City Council. They just recently passed a resolution not mandating direct payments, but instead making investments into areas where Black residents face disparities. They're pretty much offering reparations to their residents in their community. With us having the opportunity of home rule and investing into the community, I wanted to see if we could possibly address that and take a look at what that council did. They say that we need to just kind of follow trends and not have to make up our own at all times, things that are actually beneficial and impactful to the community. So I'd love for you to take a look at that. I'll send you the link and the information to see what we could possibly do with reparation incentives for the residents in our community that have faced disparities over the years.
Okay.
And I believe that's all my topics. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Lanier.
I just wanted to say congratulations to Mr. Evans for sticking around with us for a year. We really appreciate you.
Sorry, congratulations. That's,
yeah.
I mean, you said that almost like that wasn't expected or something.
Hey,
I'm done. I can't say no more.
All I can tell you is that I was down that road the last time, so I'm saying congratulations because this is a great feat to accomplish. I knew that we were going to do it, but you know, hey, you know how things happened before. We're just glad to have him still here, and we appreciate the fact that you go hang in there with us for the next phase of this rebuilding our city. I want to also tell the residents that I will be having a virtual town hall Thursday, July 30th from 7 p.m. to 9 p.m. It is considered to be a town hall where we will talk about the issues that you guys want to talk about, not that I want to talk about. You will be seeing flyers and social media to alert you to that town hall meeting. I wanted to also, I really wanted to thank Mr. Walter Sharif. Walter is the one who makes sure that this thing goes off every week for every meeting. And Walter, I know you're listening. Thank you so much, Walter. We really appreciate it. We really appreciate the fact that you make this happen every week for us. And I've had some technical difficulties many nights, and you have helped me out to be able to come back online and do what I need to do. So I really appreciate your help and your commitment, Walter Sharif. I also wanted to say that do not forget the testing on July 25th from 9 to 12 at Wells. And also I wanted to give a shout out to Note Dealers again for bringing their program to the city of Riviera Beach, and also to the Urban Farmers Program, who is helping us to do rehab housing here in the city. And that is it.
Thank you. Did I get the mayor? See, this is why I do it top. I started with you. Thank you. So I want to let people know on the island, especially, well, we're having a very large meeting on July 20th regarding the derelict boats. And I think at this point, we've got about 25 people coming from all over, including Commissioner Valashe, the derelict boats and the liveaboards. I would urge people to sign up for the Palm Beach State College courses because, as I think I mentioned last time, we're graduating 14 people in August, and we are going to be starting a new cohort, and you can sign up by contacting stbrown@rivierbeach.org. If you are interested in apprenticeships in the marine industry, also please contact Mr. Brown at stbrown@rivierbeach.org. Those are the ones that are in collaboration with CareerSource, and that's a wonderful opportunity to get your foot in the door in the marine industry. I wanted to thank Lou Cohen for applying to be on the library board. She's the newest member that we appointed this evening, and I'm very happy that she was able to offer her services. I wanted to congratulate Mr. Evans on making it through the year. And I will say congratulations because, you know, hey, it's a feat. And also a thank you for being the greatest city manager we've all worked for. Well, it doesn't say too much, though. It really doesn't. We have all worked for only one thing. In any case, permanent city manager. Let me clarify that, not interim. I wanted to thank Ms. Deidre for being in charge of the utility district for such a long time. I also did go to the bike event, and it was fabulous. I didn't ride because, you know, they didn't have tricycles for old ladies. And so I took pictures and took some video that I posted, but it really wasn't. I wanted to thank Abe Elam and Jacoby Brissett for putting that on. It was great. The kids loved it. And last but not least, I have also my virtual town hall meeting, which will be on on July 27th at 6 o'clock. July 27th at 6. When is yours, Shirley?
Mine is July 30th at 7 o'clock.
Okay, so we're not in conflict.
I can watch
So-
yours as well.
Yeah, you can. I can watch yours. Okay. Anything else for the good of the order? Would someone like to make a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Thank you. Any objections? We call this meeting to a close. Thank you. Thank you all. Have a